behalf of our National President Dr. Viranchi Shah, members of our Executive Committee, I welcome you all for this workshop on proposed revised Schedule M. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest and Speaker, Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy. Sir, please. Guest of Honor, Mr. Jayant Kumar, Deputy Drug Controller of India, West Zone. Sir. Our Honorary General Secretary, Mr. Mehul Shah, Managing Director, NQ Ethicals. Sir. Mr. S.M. Mudda, Managing Director, Mission Labs, and the Chairman of IDMA's Regulatory Affairs Committee. Sir, please. Mr. Dara Patel, Secretary General of Indian Drugs Manufacturing Association. Mr. Mahesh Doshi, sir, our immediate past National President. Mr. Bhushan Patil, Joint Commissioner Drugs, FDA Maharashtra. Our former national presidents and distinguished guests and invitees, Mr. Yogin Majmudar, Dr. George Patani, Dr. Vinay Naik. Before we go further, we would like to welcome our dignitaries on the dais in the audience with flowers. I request Dara Patel sir to please welcome our guests with the bouquets. Girls, bouquet, huh? We'll be giving the bouquets to Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy, Joint Drug Controller of India. Mr. Jayant Kumar, Deputy Drug Controller of India. Mr. Bhushan Patil, Joint Commissioner Drug, FDA Maharashtra. Mr. Mahesh Doshi, sir. Then the CEO and MD of B Pharmo, Mr. Chandubai N. Nai. He has been a great support for this event.
We must all give huge round of applause for him.
Sir, to our Honorary Secretary General, Mr. Mehul Shah. Sir, yeah, so you have always been supporting us, so thank you very much. Then, sir, Mr. S.M. Mudda. Yeah. Sir, then Mr. N. Shobit, Deputy Drug Controller from Indore. Sir, thank you for always supporting IDMA. We would like to appreciate the first person who registered as soon as the link was opened, Mr. Mr. Bhupendra Sangani from Galantic Pharma. Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you. Sir, please be seated. Please be seated, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian pharma industry has done well for itself. However, with the greater government support in last few years, we are doing much better. You will agree that in this pace of growth and recognition, we have now become our own competitors. We need to better our best. The pharmaceutical industry has witnessed several changes that emerged in the last 3 years. Remaining cautious to the simmering issues from different fronts globally. We must prepare ourselves to move up. We need to work towards harmonizing our regulatory requirement with the global standards. We welcome you all for this hybrid one-day workshop on the topic of proposed revised Schedule M, Good Manufacturing Practices Requirements, which IDMA has jointly organized with the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO. This collaborative effort in the partnership with the CDSCO Zonal Office aims to facilitate industry interaction and provide valuable training. Thank you for joining us physically as well as virtually. May I now call upon Honorary General Secretary Mr. Mehul Shah, the Managing Director, N-Cube Ethicals. Mr. Mehul Shah is a graduate in pharmacy and Mumbai-bred entrepreneur with 35 plus years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry. His passion and expertise in semi-solid is the growth driver for N-Cube. His astute understanding of manufacturing has made N-Cube one of the most operationally flexible companies capable of handling great variability and diversity. I request Mr. Mehul Shah to deliver the welcome address and set the tone for this interesting workshop. Sir, please come.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I want to offer a bouquet to Ghane Saab and Sadhwani Saab. Just, Many may be aware, but why I took name of Ghane Saab, he met with really a very fatal accident before few months, and look at his spirit for the quality and commitment. So he's here. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. It's full house, and I think as of now, more than 600 people are online. So what does it show? Entire pharma industry is having care for quality, and we are all demonstrating commitment. It's a very important moment, defining moment in the Indian pharmaceutical industry. And I want to brief you few things to set the tone. So as you all know, I am Mehul Shah, Honorable General Secretary of the Indian IDMA. On behalf of IDMA and Government of India and CDSCO, I welcome all the dignitaries, participants, lots of government officials. Sorry if you have missed anybody's name for today's very important event on workshop on revised Schedule M. It is a really great honor for the Indian pharmaceutical industry, especially to have amongst us today Dr. S. Iswara Reddy, Joint Drugs Controller of India. Shri Jayan Kumar ji, Deputy Drugs Controller of India. Shri Bhushan Patil ji, Joint Commissioner Headquarters, Mumbai. Sirs, we are grateful for your noble in-person presence and look forward to interact with you during the day. To create awareness amongst drug manufacturers about good manufacturing practices requirement to ensure quality of medicines, workshop on revised Schedule M requirements have been scheduled across in India in September 23 by CDSCO. It is a great effort by CDSCO and nobly by Dr. S. Iswara Reddy to elucidate the fine print to all the stakeholders and secure alignment. It is very important that we are all aligned for the common purpose of elevating the quality. The workshops organized in Delhi, Baddi, Hyderabad, Calcutta have been with resounding success. And I am sure today's workshop in Mumbai and Ahmedabad will also be an excellent one. Sir, I assure you that the Indian pharmaceutical industry shares your fervor on these policy developments and is most committed in its endeavor to ensure manufacturing and supply of high quality, safe, efficacious, innovative, and affordable medicines to patients and consumers in India and worldwide. Our $50 billion industry has almost 10,500 manufacturing units, out of which 8,500 fall under micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSME category. Our country is a major exporter of medicines to low and middle income countries which require WHO GMP certification. The country has about 2,000 units in MSME category itself, in the country having WHO GMP certification. So 20% almost factories are with WHO GMP certification. Schedule M prescribes requirement to manufacturing plants of pharmaceutical companies for maintenance, manufacturing, control, and safety, testing, storage, transport of material, written procedures and records and traceability, etc. The revised manufacturing practices, GMP guidelines, have come at a relevant time when India is reinforcing itself as the global manufacturing hub, especially for generic medicines. The government of India has directed all pharmaceutical companies in the country to implement the revised GMP, bringing their processes at par with global standards. Larger companies, this is very important, that larger companies with a turnover in excess of 250 crore have been asked to implement these changes in 6 months, and MSME companies with a turnover less than 250 crore have been asked to do so within 1 year. The new version is designed on a risk-based approach methodology where emphasis is given to quality risk management principles and assessment. The harmonization is similar to the requirements of almost PIC standards. Now, though Dr. Ishwar Reddy is going to tell in detail, but there are some important chapters which are going to undergo a change. Pharmaceutical quality systems with change management, quality risk management, product quality review. Outsource activities, there are a lot of CMO activities are there. So it is going to be introduced, first time the contract giver and contract acceptor has been introduced for the first time. That delineates the individual responsibilities of both the parties. Personnel. The importance of personnel management of quality is very critical. This aspect is dealt with by expanding the section on personnel that emphasizes the independence of production and quality unit. It goes on to explain the key personnel responsibility in greater detail. Production areas, the most important emphasis is on cross-contamination. So this is going to become a very important, but every plant is becoming bigger and bigger. Many molecules are handled, and cross-contamination is going to play a very key role. Requirements related to batch record review, stability studies, computerized systems have been added. The new Schedule M has specific requirements of 11 types of protocol as against 6 in the existing Schedule M. The following 5 specific requirements have been added: hazardous substances, biological products, radiopharmaceuticals, phytopharmaceuticals, investigational pharma products for clinical trial, so on and so forth. Sir, it is going to be substantial change which we have to implement, and industry has to gear up for providing for the facility system processes and more particularly on building the capabilities of people. At the end of this session, I'm sure like the way the response is received across the country, the industry which is assembled here and online will welcome this regulatory change, and all will be committed for ensuring an adoption of ongoing compliance and determination with discipline. These are the, there are so many levers which we all have to enable for the revised Schedule M. Now, all of you might be thinking, is it going to be too taxing and this? So before we do that, what is there for us? You all know that it took 75 years for Indian pharmaceutical industry, post-independence, to touch $50 billion, closer to $50 billion. Look at the size of opportunity. Our Vision 2047, which is 25 years from now, we are talking about $500 billion. So look at the size and scale of the opportunity. But when you do the compounding maths, it is just between 10 and 11% for a country where inflation itself is 5 to 6%. So it is doable. So quality is going to be an integral part of this growth story. And that should give us that big boost and kick to do something much better than even Schedule M. So it is great opportunity for SME to come to an international standard. Because normally it is said that necessity is the mother of innovation. So entire world, the compliance norms are increasing. So how do we take it very positively to our advantage, adopt these changes and make it big? This is what ultimately Government of India wants and we all want. I request everyone to make most of today's workshop. I'm sure it will be helpful to you and your organization in advancing the cause of the nation by wholeheartedly adopting this nobly development and ushering a new era of the industry that will be reckoned worldwide for the best quality medicines. So thank you all very much. And now I'm going to do a small honors of introducing our speakers for this inaugural part. First, I want to introduce Shri Jain Kumar ji. Shri Jain Kumar is a Deputy Drugs Controller of India CDSCO West Zone from 17 June 2023. He has remarkable 22 years of experience, 15 years in CDSCO, and 7 years in the industry at Aristo Pharmaceuticals, Madras Pharmaceuticals, Maral Lab and Research. At CDSCO, he has held roles as Drug Inspector for South and West Zones, and then as Assistant Drugs Controller India. He is credited with great work done at CDSCO on clinical trials, international collaborations, training, RTI responses, and import-export matters. Jainji has the honor of representing CDSCO and India at prestigious conferences and seminars at WHO in South Africa, Japan, and Singapore. He is B.Pharm graduate from Bihar University and also holds M.Pharm with distinction from JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore, Karnataka. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Jain Kumar ji.
Hello all and welcome to this prestigious seminar. Good morning, the captains of pharma industry, guests sitting on the dais, respected JDCI Sri Dr. Ishwara Reddy sir, SM Mudda sir, Joint Commissioner Sri Patil ji, Joint Director of IDMA and ex-National President Sri Mahesh Bhai. Also I welcome and give the thanks to coming to this seminar ex-Joint Commissioner Sri Sadhvani Sahab and the SLA Sri Suvit ji. I don't want to wait, it is my privilege to address you all on behalf of CDSU Zonal Office And this important seminar we are organizing as the great concept and intent to upgrade our quality at a par of global and above the global requirement, as this is the mandate of highest office, that is PMO. And DCGI has deputed our honorable and most well-known personality, and he was here in Bombay, and Dr. Iswara Reddy sir will give the journey of the evolution of Sudulem and also the key aspect of Sudulem, revised Sudulem. There is 14 key aspects. 7 are totally new and some addition is there, as Mehul Bhai has already very nicely detailed, summarized, like the 7-1 QRM, PQS, quality review, complaint management system, which was earlier it was very summarized way. It was how to ADR recording and all was there, but now the very elaborately has been explained very nicely. Also the contract manufacturing and the services which is extended among the pharmaceutical player, and most importantly the digital India view was incorporated, the computerized system, the principle inherited at par of the global and the requirement of global computerized system documentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the rules, regulation and guideline all are contemporary to need and knowledge of society. And it goes on changing as the need and requirement of society and customers changes. Today's scenario, our Honorable Health Minister Dr. Mandavia sir has given clearly mandate information that the quality of the pharma goods to be exported to be at a par or above the requirement. We are not going to compromise, and on his mandate we are here in collaboration of IDMA and CDSO we are hosting with this seminar. And in this 1 hour seminar after this introductory session, our beloved JDCI sir, Dr. Iswara Reddy sir, will nurture our knowledge, give awareness to all how this system is going to be implemented, and we are waiting with very eagerness, and this awareness program certainly will help industry. We regulator sometimes take the action which is going to be feel time being it is harsh, but it is not harsh. It will be give the indirect facilitation. It will be if we improve the quality, because if we are exporting our quality. The recent times some of the events we are hearing, so nullify that we are doing some RBI inspection. Sometimes we thinking, no, we are giving the notices, we are serving the thing. No, this is the one of the information we want to pass, that we are not against industry, we are all sort of action, whatever highest office is taking. This is the part of the other way of regulator facilitated. For the futuristic goal to achieve 100% quality pharmaceutical management system to be implemented, for the pharmacy of world to be turned into the quality pharmacy of world. With this word, I thankful and give a special congratulation to IDMA and who has hosted and contributed facilitation for the hosting this program. Once again, thank you one and all. Thanks.
Before we proceed, I just received message from Viranchi Bhai, who is our national president. He has conveyed his warm wishes to all of you who have come from all over Maharashtra. It's not just Mumbai. I came to know from Wardha, Nanded, Nagpur, everywhere. So it's a great feel. I just conveyed to him that it's full house. He's holding the fort in Ahmedabad, and we all IDMA members, we are holding it here. I want to introduce one gentleman, Mr. Bhushan Patil, who is sitting here. He is a Joint Commissioner, Headquarters, Mumbai. He started his career in 1998 with an illustrious career for 26 years. He started with State Drug Control Lab, where he worked for more than 12 years. Then he moved to the Assistant Commissioner position in Maharashtra in various, you can say, various offices. And since last 10 months, he is the Joint Commissioner Headquarters, Mumbai. So thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion. Now, it is very difficult to introduce our very beloved Dr. Ishwar Reddy, but I need to do that honors. Dr. Ishwar Reddy is Joint Drugs Controller of India. He is a respected regulator as well as a thought leader on plethora of matters regarding drug regulations. An accomplished professional with more than 25 years of stellar experience. He started his career in 1998 as a drugs inspector at CDSCO West Zone, Mumbai. And I'm very fortunate that since those days, I know him well. At CDSCO Mumbai. He has conducted GMPs, GCP and GLP audits. He was promoted as Assistant Drugs Controller of India in 2009 and appointed as Deputy Drugs Controller India in 2012. In 2014, he was appointed as Joint Drugs Controller India. Dr. Reddy is industrious and has a very positive attitude towards work. His generous nature makes him a great leader. He has participated in many national and international seminars and workshops on various areas of drug regulations, undergone a training from US FDA, KFDA, PMDA Japan, and WHO Geneva. He was awarded with the Best Drugs Inspector Award in 2005 and Distinguished Alumni Award from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. Our Dr. George, he is also from Manipal University. He also received Best Drug Controllers Officer Award in the year 2016 during 66th IPC held at Hyderabad. Dr. Reddy was also worked as a Drugs Controller General India. He is the youngest Drug Controller India who has worked in all positions of the hierarchies. He works with a great enthusiasm and always committed to safeguard and enhance the public health by assuring safety, efficacy, and quality of drugs, cosmetics, and medical device. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy.
Friends from both state and central drug regulatory agencies, Shri Bhushan Patil, Joint Commissioner, FDA Maharashtra, and FDA colleagues here, Mr. Sadhuani sir, Ghane sir, and entire their team. My colleagues from the CDSCO, our assistant drug inspectors and all drug inspectors here, and all stalwarts of the industry, Mr. Mahesh Joshi, past president IDMA, my dear colleague and best well-wisher since 98, Mr. Dara Patel, Secretary General IDMA, technical guru not only for IDMA, for entire pharma industry, Mr. Mudda Saab. We are here with all necessary systems, facilities provided, and arranging all online facilities for this workshop. Mr. Mehul Shah, who is backbone of conducting, give a big hand for him for a successful. And also the great support, enthusiasm from very senior technical heads like Mr. Vinay Naik. So this clearly indicates learning never stops. At this age also, the way he is motivating us to be part of with us, sir, thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much, sir. And also all other colleagues from officials from the IDMA office barriers and participants from not only Mumbai, from other parts of India, those who are physically present here, and also those who have joined through online. Everyone, first of all, very, very good morning to all of you. I said good morning. Good morning. Oh, thank you very much. You all are here? So you are spending one holiday here. Okay. So thank you very much for your kind attention. So first of all, let me thank the President of IDMA, Mr. Viranchi Shah, for accepting our invitation to host these workshops across India on revision of Schedule M. So thank you very much, IDMA, for your excellent support for hosting this. As you know, already we have conducted 5 such programs starting from Delhi, Baddi, Hyderabad, as well as in Kolkata. This is the 5th one. And today another program simultaneously we are organizing at Ahmedabad. Till now, more than 1,000 participants physically they are present during this entire 5 programs. And happy to share you, more than 10,000 participants were there through online till now for all these programs. We are also planning to conduct another 5 such workshops across India in the next month, that is October, at Bangalore, Chennai, Vizag, Indo. I hope that program is also going to be successful. And if you see what feedback we are getting really from all the participants from the industry is that everybody is eager, everybody is interested to upgrade their standards. First of all, they should know what to upgrade. First of all, they know what are the mandatory regulatory requirements and how these new provisions should be understood first, how that means in our language, how it should be interpreted first, and then how it should be implemented later on. You may be having multiple questions in your mind, those who are sitting here and those who have joined through online. First and most important is, what is the necessity of revising the Schedule M? And many of you may be thinking that I am producing my product last 30 years. Even somebody says, I am producing my product last 50 years, even there was no, for example, such a detailed Schedule M requirements. My product is complying. So why, what is the basis, what is the necessity for me to upgrade? This may be the one of the general question everybody may be having. Second is that, what are the new provisions in the proposed Schedule M? And third, your doubt is that how it is going to be impact on the industry. Impact, always we think that it is a financial burden and other things. But in our, we think that impact is how this lead to promotion of industry, strengthening of the industry, improving the quality of the product, improving the exports, reducing the your NSQ. How it is going to impact means impact with respect to quality. But I know some of the people may be thinking that how it is financially going to impact on me. So that may be another doubt you may be having in your mind. And finally, okay, government is coming with this type of regulation, what I should do? How I should take this into further forward? In this, whether governmental agencies are going to be supporting the industry wherever they require, what type of any particular schemes or any particular policies government is bringing to support the industry. These are the various possible doubts you may be having. So we are here to clarify that. So before just while I make a presentation, I'll give more details about that. So before I'll conclude, first of all, we all should be thankful to the Government of India, Ministry of Health for taking such a bold decision to conduct this type of workshop across India, for sharing this information and also preparing the industry for the compliance to the Schedule M. So this is mainly considered as an awareness program. See, otherwise government not necessary to conduct such type of programs. They can directly issue one day final notification and direct you implement this. Government not necessarily take this type of responsibility on their shoulder. But government is very keen to take everybody with us. Otherwise, it is easy to make a regulation, but end of the day, it is you have to implement that. So for that, you have to be first prepared for that. So that's why government has taken this decision. And I'm also very thankful to our head of the organization, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi sir, for taking this further forward, ensuring that these programs are conducted successfully with the support of Indian Drug Manufacturing Association, with all the stakeholders. I am sure it is going to be very useful for all the industry and as well as other stakeholders. If any doubts or any further comments or clarification, anything required from you, we are all here to clarify your doubts, and we will take our India as a pharmacy of the world for further ahead also. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
So I'm calling, I was going to call him. Introduce me. So you don't require introduction.
And very sorry, my introduction, I missed my colleague name. Mr. Jain Kumar is so kind and a big The first message I informed to him about this program. And even without the knowledge of IDMA, he already identified one venue and all the other things to conduct the program. And I told him IDMA is there, they will support. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much first to all of you for gathering here in large numbers to encourage us and to show IDMA and the government that we are all willing to run along with the government. After all, what they are doing is for our good. If we improve our quality and if we are perceived as people who are concerned about quality, then that is the time we can really say we are prepared to fight it out in the world arena. I don't call it the market, I'm sorry, but it's an arena. The only best people are going to survive. So those who don't believe in continuing with quality, those who don't believe in upgrading themselves will be lagged behind. And let me tell you something very interesting, that IDMA doesn't support only small scale. IDMA supports the progressive small scale. People who say, yes, we want to run along with you, give us time, give us some facility, but we will be at par with the medium, because the Sun Pharmas of today, the Wockharts of today, the Torrents of today were at one time small scale people. Right, Mahesh bhai? And that's how they are what they are. So we are sure that together we will see to it that all our small scale, the progressive small scale people come up to the expectation of the government, and then there is no looking back for the pharma industry. So thank you, all of you. I want to thank all the people who have joined us on the virtual program. I am told there are 500 plus people and it's increasing. So that shows that people are interested. My first and foremost thanks goes to the leader of quality, man who we have seen him progress. I have known him as a youngster sitting in the Antop Hill office of the CDSCO. And that time itself we could make out this man has a spark. Not that I am some Bejan Daruwala or somebody who can see the forecast. But yes, Dr. Ishwar Reddy has done us proud. He's come up through the rungs. And I think today there is nothing about the functioning of the DCGI's office or CDSCO that he is not aware of. So, and also I want to tell you all that IDMA celebrated its 60th year 2 years ago, and we had almost 500 people registered for 2 days.
973 online.
Oh, wonderful. 970 people have registered. This will keep going up. Yeah, this will keep going up. So coming back to it, so that time we had Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, who was the crowd puller, and everybody came because of that. So we were wondering that what is it today that, as Mehul said, 970 people are online, 200 plus people are here. So then we felt that yes, it is the crowd puller, Dr. Ishwar Reddy. So my sincere thanks to you, sir, for being here with us and always being with us and guiding us. I want to thank Jayant Kumarji for being a real friend of the industry. All those of you who have worked with him in Gujarat will vouch for it. He is a real friend, philosopher and guide of the industry. You can clap loudly. Yes. I want to thank Jayant Patilji, Bhushan Patilji, for being here with us. I want to thank Mahesh Doshi, our immediate past president, Yogin Majmudar, our immediate past president. I want to thank Mr. Mudda, who we all consider as a quality guru. I think he's a young quality guru because hitherto Mr. R.S. Iyer was known as a quality guru, and now we have a young quality guru in Mr. Mudda. We will fail in our duty if we do not thank Mehul for the wonderful efforts he has always put. And whatever we've seen today, we had a diktat from Dr. Reddy that we can't charge our members for this because this is a service we want to do. But we said then how do we manage the cost? So Mehul said, don't worry, I will manage it. And that's why he and B. Farmo and everybody rose to the occasion. And that's how we see this wonderful program over here. I also want to thank Vinay Nayak. I want to thank George Patani, Bhavin, Vasudevji. I want to thank Sadhwani Saab. I want to thank our friend Shobit from Indore, Nilesh ji. All the quality gurus who are here, all the people who are supporting us, that yes, we agree that we are doing well. As Dr. Reddy himself said, there are some of us who feel that yes, our products are there for the last 50 years, why do we need this? But yes, there is always a scope for improvement. For those of you who are following the US FDA, I am told they improve or they enhance their quality standards practically every 6 months. So why should we lag behind? And this is why we are here. And we want to thank the government for this wonderful effort, because never before we have seen that the government wants to involve and support us and hold our hand, and they want to see that they justify why we want to do this. Earlier, the government would only dictate that, okay, we want this to happen. This government is more pragmatic. This government is more friendly. This government is in partnership with us. So whatever we are today is with the support of the government and the industry. Let's not forget that. And let's make the best of this opportunity. Whatever questions are there, please ask them. Mr. Mudda is here. We will review the questions, and then we have our stalwarts like Dr. Reddy and everybody to answer your questions. So thank you very much once again. I wish all of you wonderful deliberations, and best of luck to you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra, and Jai Ho for the pharma industry. Thank you very much. So no, let Sapna take over. I don't want to steal the thunder from her.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dara, sir. Without further much ado, I request our Honorable Chief Guest and Speaker, Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy, to brief us about the revision of Schedule M. Yeah. Yeah, sir. This pointer is there.
So once again, good morning to all of you. Thank you so much. You are very attentive. Okay, so before I will make my presentation on the revision of Schedule M, so just I would like to answer some of the questions what myself I have raised on your behalf. I also forget to tell you one question which may be in your mind is that the Government of India has till now notified only draft revised Schedule M. It is yet to notify final. Then before final notification, why the Government of India is conducting this type of workshop? We don't know what is going to come. We have seen the draft and we have given the various suggestions, comments to the government to consider while making the final. So you may be thinking, we don't know whether government has considered our comments and how the final notification looks and what is the objective before looking at that. Friends, I would like to inform all of you, whatever the draft notification made, it is except some grammatical errors here and there, it is almost same with the addition of some few new provisions which were not there in the draft. So consider whatever the draft copy, already it is available in the public domain, that is the final only. That is the first point. And there are some 2-3 new additions that we have made, which are not part of the earlier draft notification. So I hope this is clear to you. So whatever the copy you have, considered that this is a final, except some here and there minor modifications. And other question, we have made an attempt that what is the need of making changes to the revised Schedule M. As you know, the current Schedule M requirements, that is GMP requirements, when we have published this, current one, existing one? 2014. You know, the current Schedule M, what we have, when the government has published this? 2005, 2001. So this is what actually called awareness. Why we are conducting this training program? We think that we know many things, but sometimes, because of we have so much of experience, so much of knowledge, sometimes small things, we may not able to pick up the things. The current Schedule M was notified in the year 2001, but that effective date is different. Okay, initially it was notified to effective from the 2004, then, but however for the new units, it is with immediate effect. For the existing unit, it was 2004, later on industry's request, it was further extended one more year, and actually effective date is 2005. But actually regulation came in the 2001. Whenever we make any regulations or any standards, generally, we will try to adopt the whatever best standards globally available. So generally, we don't innovate any new wheel, to make any new regulation. So when you want to come up with the 2001 the standards, even some of the authors of the 2001, they are also sitting here, who was actively part of the making the 2001 WHO GMP standard. But that 2001 WHO standard was based upon 1992 WHO GMP standard. So that time our reference document to make our standard, that is GMP standard, so that was based upon 1992. Because we may not able to make standard overnight. Even if you see the current revised schedule, draft was 2018 published. Even after 5 years, we are now going to be finalizing. Similarly, 2001 also, it was started in the somewhere in the 97, 98. It took long time to make. So what I'm trying to say that the current schedule which is in force was made based upon the 1992 WHO GMP standard. So that means what we have a standard, how many years old this standard? How many years old? If it's say 92 base, on that basis we have made. It is a 3 decades old standard. So just compare our life cycle, our pattern of living, our quality of living, what we are 30 years, whether still today we are the same. Somebody may be 30 years back having one cycle. Today he may be having Mercedes-Benz. Depends upon his capabilities, capacities and his hard work. But still somebody says after 30 years I am more comfortable with the cycle only, I want to go in a cycle only. This is little, need to be look into that. So, see, because he can go till in the cycle only, but whatever the risk advantage cushion he will get individually. It is not going to impact on others. But in case of pharma industry, what you are manufacturing quality 30 years, it is not only just affecting you, it is affecting the entire system, entire the public health. So the quality, the pattern, what you have 3 decades back is no more acceptable. When we change a lot 30 years, whether it is respect to your children's education, whether it is respect to your what you have, residential, your accommodation, what you have, whether it is your quality of food and everything if you see. 30 years back you may be taking that, we are drinking tap water directly. Then without RO water today we don't drink at all. You understand my point? Why all these things? You may be thinking that 30 years back I was drinking tap water, nothing was happened to me. Why I should, you are asking me to use a defined quality of water. Because the concept of quality is changing. The definition of quality is changing. The definition of quality is a dynamic. It is not like that what you have a standard quality 30 years back, it should be the remain same. And second very important thing is, there's a lot of technological advancements in the manufacturing techniques, in the equipments, instruments. If you see the way technology has developed a lot, means, for example, the way earlier we have instrumentation which is able to detect particular impurity levels 30 years back, what you have technology to detect impurity levels today. So because a lot of too much technological advancements also lead to the changes in the regulation. And you may be knowing, just because of one impurity issue, big multinational companies, those that generally comply with the, whatever the predefined standards, they had to stop their brands to manufacture. I think you may be aware, I don't want to say the name of the brand, such a very, well-known brand, so they had to stop their entire, that product in the market just because of the one issue. That means the quality awareness. That means the safety requirements. So our standard of the your quality and also the consumer expectation is day to day is enhancing. So we are all here to satisfy the consumer. We have to go as per the consumer needs. It is not as per your need. So they want good quality. So that quality has to be redefined from the time to time. And another reason for changing this, why revised Schedule M, is the advanced therapies. Even if you see in our new proposed Schedule M, we have come up with the advanced therapy products also in that. Like what I'm trying to say, that whether it is a gene therapy or whether it is a stem cell therapy or proteomics or genomics or even personalized treatments. So these are going to be the future treatments. If I rightly guess, after maybe 30 years or maybe after maybe 3-4 decades, there won't be any concept of batch manufacturing of the products. So today you manufacture the product in a batch concept and you put it that particular batch in the market, and those patients have the particular therapeutic category that product is required, they are using that product. Maybe after 30 years there won't be batch concept. For every patient you make a one batch. That means the individualized, personalized treatment concept is going to come. Your factory is not in the industrial area. Your factory is going to be within the hospital. Tomorrow your drug is not going to be a chemical substance. Tomorrow your drug is your own gene only. The way artificial intelligence, the way technological advancement is coming nowadays, when you are at very healthy stage only, generally we will go for diagnosis when you suffer with something. When you suffer with any particular symptom, then you go for the hospital, doctor will prescribe some diagnosis and they will identify what is wrong and they will give treatment. Future will be when you are in healthy condition, healthy age, maybe age of 15, 16, you undergo complete your gene mapping. So we have almost 30,000 genes. Okay, they will able to, technology is able to come such that they are able to detect you after 10, 15 years what type of disease you are going to get. Means which gene in your body is a defective gene which is going to be harmful to you in future. So that defective gene is going to be either repaired or otherwise going to be replaced with the new gene, such that you don't get that particular problem in the future. So when you have such advanced therapies going to come tomorrow, so that's why tomorrow they will collect your own blood, they will make own drug from your blood only in the hospital and they will give it back to you again. Today already you may be knowing some of the gene therapy products have already been approved by US FDA and some other highly regulated country, highly well established regulatory agencies. And India also, we also approved stem cell therapies and some gene therapy product also is in the pipeline for approval. But only thing, they are very expensive. You may be knowing one medicine is costing you 17 crore rupees. One single dose. That today it may not be affordable today, but I am sure after 30 years, this 17 crores will come to the 17,000 rupees. Thereby it is affordable to everybody. So what I am trying to say, the another third reason why there is a need to revise the Schedule M is the advanced therapy. Okay, you are clear about this, why? So because of these three reasons why we are changing the Schedule M is, one is there is a change in the concept of quality, there is a technological advancement, these advanced therapies are going to come into the future. And third point we raised is how it is going to be impact. If you see the major components of the GMP are three components. One is the facility, and another is the documentation, third is the systems. You agree that? Mota. There are so many other components, but all other components are the sub-components of these three components only. Whether it is a facility, documentation and systems. In my personal opinion, facilities will carry 25 to 30% of weightage only. The rest, quality systems and documentation will have almost 70% of weightage. So what I am trying to say that in a layman language, If I'll create a state-of-art facilities, excellent facilities, everything with a very high standard, if my personnel don't have proper training, or they don't have knowledge about the product, if I have my people don't have any knowledge about the technology, if there is no process validation, no stability studies have been done, no analytical method validation has been done, but my facilities are excellent, can I get a good quality of the product? That means only facility is not going to give the good quality. In addition, yes, facilities has to be as per our requirements. But in addition to the facility, we also have to have in place is good documentation and good systems. If you see the financial burden may be relating to the mainly on facilities. But what about the documentation and your quality? Having the good culture in the organization, do you need any money? If you have a good commitment about the quality of the product from the top management up to the shop floor level, do you need any money? And having the good documentation. Money means everywhere some little resources are required, but the extent what actually the manufacturers are thinking. Your investment related is only relating if any outdated your manufacturing equipment is there or testing equipment is where you need to provide that reasonable some money to upgrade. Rest 70% of your GMP compliance is not require any much of your financial burden. It is only your mindset. And documentation, once proper documentation in place, then there is no need much financial burden on you. And you may be knowing, I think as Mehul said rightly in his talk, the proposed Schedule M is also going to be accepting the computerized system. So you no need to have a paper, anything in your hand. All your BMR, MFR, all your SOPs, everything can be soft copies and everything you can do through computerized system. You no need to show any hard copy to the regulator as per the proposed Schedule M. Of course, with so many conditions, you have to comply that. So once soft copy is available, then documentation, there is no expenditure documentation for you. And third most important, culture. Culture makes a lot of difference in improving the quality. So that will come only for the training and first of all proper commitment from the top management. The top management should have highly commitment. That is the reason if you see one of the major new provision what we have made in the revised schedule is that manufacturer is responsible for the quality of the product. First time we are prescribing under the regulation. And key personnel, all of you, those who are head of the QA, QC or the production, these things, they are also equally responsible for the quality. Tomorrow you should not say, raise your hands that my management is responsible, I am not responsible. But in the regulation, it is clearly defined that the key personnel, that means head of production, quality control, quality and assurance, they are equally responsible for the quality. In legal terms, I don't want to say, meaning of what is responsibility. And third point, I said is that, what are the benefit with this revised schedule? I think as all of you know, the primary objective of any regulations or especially the drug is that to protect the public health. It is the manufacturer responsibility, regulators also equally responsible for monitoring the quality of the product. Quality is the first one. If you have proper GMP in place, definitely you have assured quality as per what you have defined the quality means as per your quality policy. And another major advantage of this is your business will get promoted. If you see those who are complying with that, I think as Dara Patel said rightly, the top pharma companies, those who are today, maybe 25, 30 years back, they may not be in that position, their level, but why they have achieved? Commitment. So that commitment towards quality is not only give a trust and confidence about quality to you and to the public, it also improve your business. Or otherwise, every month 2-3 products are NSQ, then First of all, you don't get proper sleep. So end of the day, when you do any business means those who are able to sleep properly, that means he is more confident about his quality. So second most is if every day you are getting 1, 2, 3 NSQ, your technical people also get demotivated. What company I am working? In my company, almost every alternate month or every month, NSQs are coming from my factory. Do you happy with that such type of facility? Or do you comfortable with where you are working? So you are also equally responsible. So when the GMP major advantage is it will give trust and confidence on quality of products, not only to you, to the entire all stakeholders, including the regulators and the public health. And always if the product quality is good, there is no NSQ, no product recall, no complaints. Nowadays you may be knowing complaints is, especially after some problem arise. Any NSQ or spurious cases detected or otherwise any GMP non-compliance, that compliance is more expensive than if you do regular compliance voluntarily yourself. We should not wait till something goes wrong, then you do compliance. Before something went wrong, if you do compliance, that is more cheaper than compliance after something problem arises. You all of you know aware about that. So make sure that is a great advantage of compliance to our schedulium. And last point is that as industry we raised so many concerns from time to time on the schedulium, whether these concerns have been addressed in the revised schedulium. Can you name some of what are the major concerns in the current schedulium? Anybody? What industry has made a recommendation to the government since the last 3 decades? Oh, thanks. In current schedulium is no concern to the industry. What are the concerns? You only made representation to the government. At present under the schedulium, these are the concerns, these need to be immediately rectified, amended or modified. Some concerns. Very good. One is the retest, the concept of retest date. The current schedulium, our regulatory provision says they only will accept expiry date. Retest date for the APIs, not for the formulation. Retest date for the APIs, there is no such provision. Very good. Any other? That's a very important point. The second concern with the current Schedule M is that the shelf life of the finished product should not be more than the leftover shelf life of the API. Thank you very much for that. Any other? Dissolution is there. That only that correlation. Any other? Sorry? Risk assessment. So industry made a request to the government, you add the risk assessment in the regulation. I don't think so. I am asking what you have made already representation since last 20, 30 years. So since 2001 it was made, like 2 important points you said, one is the retest date and second is the leftover shelf life of the API. So generally the concept of parametric release for some of the tests, which is not their industry made a request that, and concept of the reprocessing, concept of reworking. So there are some of the concerns industries time to time made a request. So your question is that whether whatever we made a request since many years on the existing, whether you have addressed or not. Is it clear? So I'm happy to inform you, all your concerns have been well considered and accepted in the revised scheduling. So that means that retest date is a part of one of the GMP requirement is acceptable to the regulator. And when the retest date is there, then there is no concept of restricting the formulation shelf life with the leftover API shelf life. And another major advantage I'll tell you, industries time and again they're asked in writing, one of the issue is that rapid microbiological testing. See, for example, your environmental plates, what you expose, so you have to wait up to the your defined timelines given in the Indian pharmacopoeia, even on the sterility test. Now, because of the new technological advancement is coming, so whether we should accept the technology or not. So in the proposed schedule M, this is the one of the major advantage provision has also been included to promote, to accept the technological advancement. So I hope I am able to address what are your basic fundamental questions you have in your mind before I will take my slide. So that's why even in my presentation at Hyderabad last 2 weeks back, I said that GMP is a continuous journey. There is no any destination. You may not be able to say that, okay, today I am compliant, I have reached my GMP. Tomorrow you don't know what happens. If any one worker or any one technical person make any human error commit, then you are non-compliant. So GMP is a continuous journey. So that is the reason one of the well-established regulatory authorities, they say that their GMP is a CGMP. You may be knowing what is C? Why it is current? It is evolving, continuous. But हम 3 decades से बैठा है without C. 92 onwards, we are sitting on the same standard. So current though, that is a next level of compliance. So what I'm trying to say that where we are. Okay, so our visibility, means our India's visibility, pharma industry visibility should be acceptable, should be on par with any international organizations. And another very important, today we claim that we are the pharmacy of the world. So that is a very big feather in our cap. But you know how many other countries in the globe, they are competing with us with respect to the quality, with respect to the affordability, with respect to the supply chain, with respect to the good service, what they are giving. We don't know whether this feather goes to somebody's other country's head. Whether we are ready to give it to our feather to others? So having reached up to this level is one task, maintaining that level, and otherwise going further ahead, it is a big task. So wherever we are now here, we have to continue to be pharmacy of the world ever. It is not only for your generation, your next coming generation. Also, we should keep this particular position of the pharmacy of world to the all the generations. You should not be close with our generation. Do you agree this? So to achieve this target, then we had to have update our GMP. Do you agree this? There is a time to update? Thank you very much. So with this background, I would like to, so before I'll make my actual presentation, any comments, any doubts? Oh, your organizer stated that, sir, you are going to have so much of question and answers, lot of that. But good thing is that myself, I have raised a query, myself, I put an answer also to you, thereby we can save some time. Yes, sir.
First of all, compliments for your clarifications about the GMP.
Can you give mic to here, sir?
I have one question. I think you mentioned that the base document was used for preparing this Schedule M in 1992 was WHO GMP. Okay, and I don't know what was the base document for this 2018 GMP. Since we are saying that we should be at par with the global standards, why not US FDA standards as a base document?
So, okay. So that question is that, just for everybody's understanding, is that for the 2001 standard, we adopted 1992 GMP standard. So what is the standard now? Government has adopted to make the current GMP. So we adopted whatever the latest GMP standard is available at the time of making the draft in 2018, followed the same standard only, not the earlier versions. So second question he asked that why we want to make our standard on par with the WHO standard, why can't with the US FDA? That is the second question. But you may be, all of you may be knowing, the fundamental basic principles of GMP is the remain same. Whether it is US FDA, whether it is MHRA or PMDA or EMA or the Indian, whether basic fundamentals, is there any difference in the basic principles? Principles are remain same. Only difference may be some practices and procedures. That depends upon that country's requirements. Our objective is WHO standard is a globally accepted standard. So because of India is a member of the WHO. There are almost 197 countries members in the WHO. Okay, so this is a well accepted global standard by all the countries, including US FDA. The US FDA is also a member of the WHO. So instead of adopting individual one country, adopting some system which is acceptable to everyone. We don't know one particular country is acceptable to everyone or not. And also we should see what are the implications on that. Implications in the sense, adopting the standard is very easy. Implementation. So you adopt such that which you may not be able to implement, then there is no any meaning. You understand? So we need to definitely have some vision, goal to go into particular thing, but we should not have such a vision such that today itself I will adopt such a standard that I will fail to do implementation. Then that standard have no any meaning. You agree that? So we should adopt such a standard which is acceptable to the public globe and which is implementable. Is it clear? Okay. So can I request, please? Actually, I can make myself. Oh. So if there is any further question, I will proceed for the next and my presentation. So in my presentation, briefly, I will give some background and what is the objective of this workshop and the expectation of this workshop and what is the significance of GMP. And this question already I have addressed, why do need revision of Schedule M, and what is the comparison between the existing and revised Schedule M. This slide is a Can you give mic to him, please? Yeah, it is audible.
How Schedule M will be applicable for excipient product?
How Schedule M will be applicable for excipients? Wow, very good question. And very gray area also. And as you know, whether excipient is a drug or not. First question is that the applicability of any standard is based upon first whether it will come under the definition of that particular what product we are going to regulating. See, here product is a drug. For that we have a definition of a drug. If that particular excipient is attract the definition of a drug, then the GMP standards are applicable. You may be knowing section 3B3 says the components of a drug, including empty gelatin capsules, is a drug. So then we should know what are the components of a drug. Whether excipient is a component of a drug. So if the excipient is a component of a drug, it is a drug. If it is a drug, then Schedule M is applicable. Okay? Okay, so in the first slide, this gives about, what is our strength. If you see us, frankly, we are all proud of Indian pharmaceutical industry. We are not only taking care about our national requirement of medicines, we are also taking care about the global healthcare requirements. Can you name any one country where Indian medicines are not supplied? Any one country. Okay, country छोड़ दीजिए, कोई one island where our medicines are not available in the shelves. Why? Why our products are available everywhere? Sorry? Affordability, very good. Second? So our products are meeting that country's requirement, what they have, quality defined by that country. Our products are complying with that country's standards, as well as our medicines are very affordable. So that is the reason we are globally visible. That is the reason I said one point here is that all countries are looking at India. So if you say that I am happy with the last 3 decades world standard, so whether these countries will be look at India, if you say that whatever I have 50 years I am manufacturing my quality, it is sufficient for me today. So when all countries are looking at India, then it is the manufacturers and regulators' responsibility should be our product quality should be on par with the global standards. And that's why we are, if you see, many countries, they have a lot of interest to sign MOU with India. In fact, all major countries, we already signed MOU. CDSU has signed the MOU. And you may be knowing, one of the conditions of the MOU is that the sharing of information. That means the moment CDSU sign MOU with the one particular country, say A country, that means mutually we are accepting for sharing of information. Sharing of information means if that country tomorrow asks, for example, A country supplied medicine to the, A company supplied medicine to the B country, if that country B is asking us, you give the last inspection report of A company. That is the sharing of information. Whether we are able to give the copy of the inspection report to that country, we can provide it if we have complete trust and confidence on quality of inspections and the quality of the facilities and what we have. So the time will come, today, tomorrow, we need to have such a confidence that we should be able to share the information. You may be knowing, I think the EMA has signed MOU with the US FDA for sharing of the information. That means they can exchange the inspection, copy of the inspection reports to avoid any duplication of the inspections. And another important point is GMP is not a voluntary. GMP is a mandatory standard. I think some of you may be having mind in that GMP is and GMP are these are the guidelines. Means not a mandatory, not a binding on the manufacturer, it is only a voluntary. No. These GMP requirements are the mandatory to the manufacturers for the compliance. And we discussed that why these workshops are going to be conducted and what is the objective. As you know, the most important objective is that it provides insight to the manufacturers about the GMP. Next slide, I will tell you what is the importance of the GMP and to make aware about what are the new provisions as a part of the revised Schedule M. And as I said in my opening remarks, mainly we want to disseminate this information to all stakeholders, thereby manufacturers are ready for implementation. And another very important for uniform interpretation. As you know, some states, they implement separately with the other states. So to avoid that gap between the states, so we decided to have the disseminating information for uniformity implementation. So what we expect everyone is that thanks to till now whatever we have conducted programs, there is very active participation of manufacturers in these workshops, and definitely end of this program there will be a significant awareness about these new provisions to all of you, and finally definitely it will upgrade your knowledge. And these are the facts, you can go through this, and the first GMP requirements were minimum requirements at that time. In 1961, first time GMP requirements have been, provision have been made in the drugs and cosmetic rules that time. And first amendment in the 86, and next is 2001, and 2018. So what you are interpreting from this slide? You see the timelines when we are, what is the frequency of upgradation of the GMP? Exactly. So that is the reason, now the time has come, we had to update the GMP standard because of the concept of the quality has been redefined from time to time. The draft notification we have published in the 2018, and you may be knowing why government took 5 years to notify this. As I said, government don't want forcefully to impose any standard or any regulation on the industry. Okay. After that, government have had multiple meetings with all the stakeholders. And generally, I am not comfortable with the, differentiating the industry. Say, multinationals, big companies, medium companies, small companies, micro companies. Because thinking as a drug regulator and as a manufacturer, for a standard is a standard. Whether GMP standard varies from the size of the company, whether top company will have a different GMP or the small company have a different GMP. When the GMP standard is remains same, irrespective of size of your company. So then, it is difficult to say that, this particular standard is applicable or not applicable to that. So this time has been taken mainly because of the consultation purpose. Government has a very detailed consultation process with all the stakeholders, so to have common understanding. And everybody, on now common platform, and they have agreed. Recently also our Drugs Control General of India had a meeting with all the president of all the associations. Okay, how we can further go ahead on this. So this time is taken only just because of the consultation purpose. And this is very important slide. And some of you may be having in your mind that how many companies are really complying with the current Schedule M provisions. Some of them may have different opinions. Still there are many companies, they may not complying. But as I said, GMP compliance is a continuous journey. So you also may be knowing some of the companies which are inspected by the well-regulated agencies, they will come and approve your facility. When they will come next time after 1 year, they don't approve your facility. What it means? So that means your GMP is very dynamic in nature. It is not like that, whether today you are complying or, tomorrow also you will comply or day after tomorrow you will comply, non-compliant. So in this similar concept is also applicable to the Indian companies also. GMP, maybe one time inspector has gone and they verified there may be complying. Maybe when the next time goes, there may be some non-compliances. It is not like that, companies are not complying with the existing Schedule M. I am 100% sure all companies, maybe at one time they may be complying, maybe next time when you go, there may be some non-compliance. This is even practice in the internationally. Even in, say, well-established country also, locally, when their local inspector go for that company, sometimes they recommend it for cancellation of licenses. And this is a concept globally it is applicable. It is not specific only to India. This only depends upon how frequently you are inspecting and how much really you are spending time for the on the quality of the inspection. So that is the reason now we have introduced the concept of risk-based inspections based upon the companies which are manufacturing the products at high risk to ensure that they should comply with the GMP. So now what are the major concern challenges? So as you know, especially with respect to Indian perspective, Every small company also will have a multi-products, I mean multi-dosage forms. They say I'm a small scale company, but he will have injectable facility, you have oral solids, you have oral liquids, liquid preparation, external, you name any dosage form, you will have everything. That is actually one of the major concerns. So actually they need to restrict based upon whatever they have strength in the particular. Every company definitely, irrespective of their size, they have a strength in one or two particular dosage forms. Even some small company, they have a lot of strength on the, for example, sustained release dosage form. Some companies may be very good in the oral solid dosage form. Some are very good in the semi-solids topical preparations. But unfortunately, one company will have entire umbrella. And another reason is basket. Our basket is so big, even we may not be able to carry that size of the basket. Even if you see the big companies, their basket is only maximum 2-digit number their products. Even if you see the top company, I mean I'm not talking about this, global top companies also if you see, their basket size is 2 digits only. But India में हमारा basket size देख लीजिए, minimum 4 digit. The size of the basket is minimum, out of 4 digit, they may be regularly manufacturing 2 digits only. They may be manufacturing hardly, regularly maybe 10-15 products, occasionally maybe another 30-40 products. There may be some products, one batch made only once in a year. This is the great challenge. So this is actually we should really review. Whether I need to have the entire dosage forms to have the facility, whether I should carry entire my basket, which I am not have a capacity to hold the basket. So where I can do filtration, thereby where I am very comfortable with my size of the basket. So this is the one of the most important concern challenge we need to be look into that. Third and most important is the concept of formulation development. So how many companies really have knowledge about the excipients they are using, knowledge about the excipient compatibility, knowledge about the stability study, knowledge about the analytical method validation and process validation, which is going to be directly affecting on the quality of your product. So now the revised schedule also talks about the knowledge about your product. And another is bioavailability, bioequivalence. And whatever I stated here, all challenges, concerns, these are the even mandatory requirements as per the existing Schedule M. Even BAB study, stability study, excipient compatibility studies, even today they are mandatory. But generally, how many of you, when you go for additional product permission with the concerned state licensing authority, you carry with complete all these documents? So now the time has come, we had to think ourselves. So that's why morning when we had Mehul Shah, both we are discussing in the morning. In other countries, for example, say talk about everybody talking about the US FDA. To get a one product permission from the US FDA, what is the average timeline they will take? 3-4 years to get one product permission. So if you are good, if you are confident, you have already experience. Maybe a first time it may take years. At least if you have already experienced, already got some products, ANDAs approved, it takes at least 10 months, minimum. So in India, how much time it will take to get one additional product permission? So what I'm trying to say that, while we are saying that my product is good quality, I am manufacturing since many years, this, we need to relook our way of thinking. While you are asking for any additional product permission, first you think what are the mandatory requirements. Generally, you may have a lot of stress, pressure on you. Maybe government has floated some tender, you want to participate in the tender. But first of all, you see whether your product is, you have that experience with that product. Without having any experience, you supply tomorrow, it will fail in the market or in the system. then you have a lot of pressure, lot of stress you are taking on you. And whatever you think that you get some profit from that tender, actually it may be a loss to you. You have to spend a lot of money to overcome that problem. So this is the most important thing we should also keep it in mind. And the quality culture, I think already we discussed about this, and continuous training is one of the major issue. I think IDMA and other associations taking a lot of interest to train the manpower and all the technical people. Fortunately, many consultancy groups also come up and they are giving the training. That is very good. So I think we need to really train all the level of the your staff working with you. And this is the one of the most important slide for everyone. If you understand this concept, then everybody will agree that where we are. The importance of the GMP. Okay, first let me understand the concept of GMP, why it is applicable only to pharmaceutical industry, why not to the other industry? First point. Second point, why price control of only drugs, not other products? आपका mobile phone का, आपका electronic TV, any other items what are available in the market, why price control is not there for your mobile other thing? Sorry? Not relating to life. With malfunctioning of a mobile battery, how many people lost life globally and especially in India? Maybe more than medicine. If you ask me frankly, the safety issues of your mobile charger is much bigger than the safety issue of the medicine. I don't want name, please don't name the brands, don't name the product. Okay, I'm not talking about that. But my intention is that why GMP is only for pharmaceutical industry, why medicines price regulated, why government is regulating the prices, why government is not regulating the mobile price. Quality, safety, affordability. Mobile ke liye affordable, even you can spend any time. You have money to afford the mobile, you don't have money to afford the medicine. Is it that logic is correct? Huh? Poor to rich. So let put the government also condition that the mobile should be one standard, one price. Whomever will manufacture your product of mobile should have the same. You prescribe, the government should prescribe the standard. For my customers in India, you need these 10 standards. Let mobile have a same standard and government can fix the price, thereby same standard, same quality to everybody. One nation, one price. Okay. Have anybody heard the word called information asymmetry? Information asymmetry. Okay. So for any product, there are two players, buyer and seller. Okay. Wherever buyer and seller have the adequate knowledge about the product. See, for example, somebody is selling this, for example, this marker. If buyer also have a knowledge and seller also have a knowledge, there is a symmetry of information. Okay. When particular product is there, only seller has the information, buyer don't have information. That is called information asymmetry. In case of come to our product, medicines, who is the buyer? Patient, consumer. Okay, even sometimes healthy person also will take a medicine. Can you name some medicines which healthy person is taking? Vitamins. Paracetamol. healthy person will take a paracetamol. Very good. Of course, nowadays, yes, healthy persons also, but some medicines are, used by the healthy people. Nutraceuticals, vaccines, which are for the prophylactic purpose. Some medicines which are for prophylactic purpose. So that's why medicines, our not only patients, even healthy people also. That's why consumers. So how much knowledge the patient or the consumer have at the time of purchase about the purchasing the medicine, whether he is aware about the quality of the product, whether he can able to test the quality of the product at the time of purchase. At least when I want to purchase any particular product, say for example TV, I want to purchase, so I have some knowledge about the product, and I also have a choice. I am not necessary to go to one particular brand. I have a choice, I have some knowledge, and I can also do some test at the time of purchase. I can ask him to switch on the TV, I can see some quality of the picture, I can see some quality of the sound, okay, and what type of features that it has. So at least as a consumer, as a purchaser, I have some knowledge. But whereas in case of medicines, first of all, whether the patient have any choice of medicine, he can ask for, I want only any particular brand only. So that means at the time of purchase, the poor patient don't have any knowledge about the quality of the product, any knowledge about the, you don't have any choice of the product. Sorry? Yes. So that means there is a asymmetry of information. Information is asymmetry. In such cases, generally, to have a consistency and to have take care about the safety and well-being of the population, that's why GMP is required. Because of as a customer don't have any knowledge, then who should assure him that yes, I am assuring you, you take this product? That means manufacturer is assuring. How he is assuring? The government is monitoring that assurance through licensing system, through the inspections, by drawing the sample from the market and evaluating the quality of about the product. So the government and the regulator and the manufacturer is assuring the consumer that yes, you can purchase this medicine, this is a standard quality. And that is the reason why medicines are under the price control. Because of he don't have any information. When without information he is purchasing the medicine. So that is the reason government fixed the prices of the medicine also. Of course, that based upon what type of products need to be under the, you may be asking government why they are regulating the prices. One of the basic fundamental principle why they are regulating is that because of the purchaser, you don't have the complete information, first point. Second is, you don't have an option. You don't have a choice. Is it clear? So that is about the consumer is not able to assess the quality. And another very important first point, it is so unfortunate in pharmaceutical industry, the units I say tablet, capsules or dosage forms, which are going into the market, which are not tested. Actually, the tablets which are tested is a destruction test. Say for example, about the, say 1 lakh vial batch size, out of 1 lakh vials, I have tested only 100 vials. The remaining vials I have not tested. But untested vial is going into the market. Yes, there are some conditions. That one of the most important condition is the basic principle on which you are releasing the batch based upon the concept of sampling, that is acceptable provided you manufacture that product under the complete GMP conditions. You got my point? The 100 vials you can test, you can release provided you comply with the entire GMP. That means starting from the raw material selection, raw material testing, your validated process, your validated your facilities, utilities, your testing. If everything is GMP compliant, the concept of based upon releasing the batch on the sample is acceptable. But if the facilities are not complying with the GMP, then what happens? See, actually, that is the reason, one of the major risk associated with the pharmaceutical industry is that the unit which is going into the market is an untested unit. That trust confidence will come on the untested product only if you comply with the GMP requirements. That is the reason GMP is so important in the pharmaceutical industry. That is the reason why GMP need to be updated from the time to time to ensure the quality of the product. Do you agree this with me? And another importance is that it is not like a, offer business in the, what do you call, in pharmaceuticals. Okay, आप 1 kg दाल खरीद करो, आधा kg ज़्यादा दाल दे सकते, ठीक है? That means, okay, if it is a paracetamol 500 milligram, I am giving 200 milligrams more to you, I will make it to 700 milligram. Is it acceptable? Or otherwise, out of 500 milligram, I will give it 300 milligram. So that means anything, that is one of the point I said, anything low or high dose, both are harm. Whereas in case of other products, high quality, high means is better. So in pharmaceutical industry, instead of 500 milligram, I am giving 700 milligram means he may be kind enough, but that is more risk to the patient. So that is the reason in pharmaceutical industry, this is the one of the most important. The another example with respect to that, especially the potent medicines. If the some of the medicines even is a microgram dose, if you are not properly validated, if there is no consistency in the quality, there is a huge risk to the patient. एक tablet में बहुत ज़्यादा strength हो गया, high strength हो गया, one tablet strength is very low. There is no any consistency. Is great damage to the public health. So that's why low and high dose is to avoid this low and high dose. That is the reason why GMP is required. Is it clear? And another very important, any non-GMP compliance product, any NSQ is badly affect not only the patient economy, individual, it is also affect the national economy. How it will affect? If one company is manufacturing NSQ, how it will affect the country's economy? See, for example, take one, okay, if somebody is suffering with the fever, okay, he must have voluntarily gone to the medical shop and purchased one strip of paracetamol, which is OTC maybe, and with the 10 rupees, he will get the 10 tablets. And if he has taken, if the medicine quality is good, he will get relieved, from the fever. If the product quality is not good, if it is NSQ, what happens? This will further aggravate his symptoms. Okay, further, he may need to get admit in the hospital, which is costing more on him. So, which is supposed to get relief for 10 rupees, I had to spend 10,000 or 50,000 in the hospital. It is affecting on my individual economy and end of the day, country's economy, which is supposed to be for the constructive purpose, you are, spending other way around. And what is the value of these NSQs? See, for example, under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, both state regulators and central regulators, they will draw the samples to evaluate the quality. And average, we will draw almost 1 lakh samples per annum across India by both state and central. Out of 1 lakh, how much percentage of NSQ will come across? So it is somewhere 3 to 7-8%. 7-8% may be in the institutions, maybe in the procurement side, otherwise some villages side. When you draw the sample from the villages, the percentage of NSQ is little higher compared to the other side. So average we can say 3 to 4% or 5%. So out of 1 lakh samples drawn, if it is a 4-5%, that means around 4-5,000 batches have been failed per annum in a year. And approximately if you take value of one particular batch multiplied by 5,000, how much it will cost? Where that money is drained. On average, it will be more than, like, we calculated once for one particular purpose, it is 10,000 crores. 10,000 crore worth of medicines if it is average. And this 10,000 crore for 1 lakh batches, what is drawn? And what is the total number of batches produced per annum in India? Average, that also we have calculated roughly based upon some statistical this thing. We manufacture almost 1 crore batches per annum in India, an average. So if you extrapolate this 5% from 1 lakh to 1 crore, so that means how it is badly affecting the individual's economy and the country's economy. We think that that's why you all playing very important role in the pharmaceutical industry. That is the reason one of the requirement we said manufacturer and all key people are responsible for the quality of the product. Because of one your human error or one your non-compliance hugely impact on the public health as well as the public or the country's economy. So that is what the point I have stated about it will affect the, if it is no proper quality, how it is going to affect our economy. And as I said, the quality cannot be assessed in pharma by merely testing the product. That another concept what we have is that quality means test the quality of the product in the laboratory. If that is passes means your product is passing. Is it right that? So what you are testing your product or what you are approving any particular product, it should not be based upon chemical equivalence of your product with the innovator. So with the innovator, for example, say paracetamol 500 milligram tablet, if you test your product in the laboratory, it may be passing all your requirements. But the same 500 milligram tablet, if you taken orally, out of 500 milligram, how much percentage of paracetamol really get absorbed into the systemic circulation? That end of the day, that is more important. Having just 500 milligram in the tablet, okay, that is one of the required. Out of 500 milligram, how much exactly it is entered into the systemic circulation? That will give your, that is proportional to your therapeutic efficacy of the product. That is the reason why some of the brands are, moves very well because of their bioavailability, bioequivalence is very good. So that means your product is not only chemically equivalent with the standards prescribed or innovator, it should be clinically also equivalent. So that is the reason why we have introduced the bioavailability, bioequivalence as one of the requirement under the regulation. My thing was the time? So I think as per our program, we're supposed to give break at 11:30. I'm very sorry, I'm not able to see the time. So we will do one thing. I can continue, but issue is that I'm very happy to see participants came at 9 o'clock. Okay, so almost last 3 hours they are sitting here. There is a need of biological break also. They may not able to convey that, and they also need something fresh. Otherwise, information one side go on this thing. So I think we'll take a break. Okay, so we are here till you are satisfied. Your questions, whatever you are here, whatever you would like to know from us. So we are here to satisfy and complete your doubts and this thing. So take a break of how much time you need for have a break? Okay, so on her behalf, I am just informing all of you. So take a break of 15 minutes, okay, which is practically not implementable. I know the moment if you go out, again come back, take 20 minutes, be relaxed. You should not be hurried to have your biological break. So come, after 20 minutes we'll meet again. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
no, sir. Thank you, sir.
We all should clap for him.
Hello everyone, please be seated. Continue the session on the revision of Schedule M. Sir. Welcome back, Reddy sir, please.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon. Very good. So we just switch over from good morning to good afternoon. Good journey. I hope we are going well. Very well. Thank you. Thanks for the compliments. And can I have slides, please? Yeah, this. Can I have slides on this TV also? So, in fact, if you summarize what we have discussed in the first session, end of the day we have to carry some message, end of the day. Okay, what actually we are going to carry. So what till now we discussed is that either as a manufacturer or as a key personnel in your organization, you are going to play a very, very important role and you have a lot of responsibility. Many of you, while you are working in your organization, mainly you focus on three things. One is time. Okay, my factory starts at 8 o'clock, close at 6 o'clock, I should come at 8 and go at 6. Second is, I am getting every month salary on time. Third is, either I am getting my promotions as per the whatever the schedules. But end of the day, all of you, those who are sitting here, you may be having 5, 10, 15, 20 years of experience in wherever you are working. Just think yourself, what actually you have contributed to your organization. Always you are asking yourself, my organization is not given timely promotion or not given the salary increased or not so many issues and always complain to the organization. But एक बार ये भी सोच लीजिए हम organization को क्या दिया. अब what is your real contribution means not the just product. If you are in a manufacturing chemist, you are producing, you are part of a manufacturing activity, you are doing routine responsibility. Or otherwise, if you are quality control chemist, you are doing testing regularly. That anybody can do, whether you are there or somebody else is there in your position, anybody can do that. But that is, end of the day, after 5 years, your management asks you what is your contribution. You should not say that मैं 1000 sample test किया. वो कोई भी कर सकता है उसमें. But actually, what is your contribution to your organization such that you have put your golden footprints in your organization. Even in case the time has come to leave your existing organization, go to for better perspective or betterment of your career, end of the day, your organization should feel, अरे I am losing very good person. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, अरे बहुत अच्छा हो गया ये जा रहा हूँ. You understand? So that comes, once you have commitment towards your organization goals, commitment towards your quality. You are playing very, very important role in the organization. That is the reason, again I am repeating, we as a drug regulator mostly depends upon you to ensure the quality. In fact, always you should think that you are the head of the production. You should think that you are the regulator. You should not think that you are a production chemist. If yourself you are a regulator, how you ensure the GMP compliance? You understand? So in the moment if you think yourself as a quality control chemist or a QA manager, everything, I am not only a production chemist, I am also a regulator. And you are actually a representative of regulator in your organization. If you think that you are a representative of organization, you're never afraid about any inspection, you never worry about any compliance to GMP. It is, inbuilt in your system. And your management will be very happy if you. There may be some pain. It is not that whatever I am saying, it is very easy to say, give suggestion. When the suggestion is come for the implementation, you had to have undergo a lot of pains. Your immediate boss may not agree. Even if you want to do as per that. So you should have a knack of, convincing your boss, knack of ensuring the compliance to GMP. Then you are a successful employee of that organization. So why I'm saying you this point, making regulation is one part. End of the day, you are responsible for implementation. Your management give you some guidelines, may give some financial support to implement. But unless you involve by your heart, not just because of regulatory compliance, you should not do GMP compliance. Your GMP compliance should be a voluntarily. It should come voluntarily from within you. So whatever you say that, okay, today that logbook, I am maintaining logbook, okay, whenever one day inspector will come and he will ask me for the logbook of particular instrument. You should not write logbook for the regulator purpose. You should maintain that logbook, everything for compliance, for your satisfaction first. If you satisfied, then automatically we satisfy as a regulator. This is what, in my first session, 1 hour, 1.5 hour session, whatever I have taken, this is what actually a carry forward message from our side to all of you. You agree with that? Yes. Okay, thank you. And then there actually, one day I will tell you frankly, if voluntarily yourself you will comply, there is no need for the audits at all. So when we have trust and confidence on you, why I should come and do audit? And why I should draw the sample from the market? In well-established countries, really, they don't ensure the quality of the product by drawing the sample from the market. USA में देख लीजिए, USA में कितना sample निकलता है साल में? They don't do random any sample from the market to evaluate the quality. Yes, they will do sampling whenever there is a problem, whenever there is a complaint, whenever there is any issue. But हम क्या करते हैं? Before issue, we will rather go on drawing the samples. Why? Because of, unfortunately, our system, we want to ensure the quality on the field. Actually, we should ensure the quality production site. If the quality, right quality is at the production site, if we have a trust and confidence at the manufacturing site, the same product when it is going into the market, definitely it will comply, provided you also have a good distribution practice compliance, you have a good storage practice compliance. ऐसा नहीं चाहिए product बहुत बढ़िया बनाया market में properly not stored, it may have effect on the quality. But assume that if you have manufacturing, that's why quality should be built into the product. But quality should not be evaluated for drawing samples in the market. That means we don't have trust and confidence on each other. So as a regulator, as a manufacturer, it is our responsibility to ensure the quality at the manufacturing site, not from the field. And no established regulatory authority, they don't evaluate the quality from the field. Okay, so that is why that will happen. Why I'm telling you the second example is that if you are ensuring the GMP compliance at your manufacturing standards, this entire burden Burden means drawing the samples, testing the samples, government laboratories. You know how much burden on the government? A lot of money is going in that. For what purpose? So that's why GMP is very, very important. If you comply with the GMP as per the standard specified, this entire, whatever, we are doing additional activities in terms of monitoring other things, it will drastically will come down. So with this background, then we'll go to the next slide. Most of you may be knowing this, but this slide talks about, earlier slide talks about the importance, this slide talks about why GMP. Okay. The most important objective of good manufacturing practice in our manufacturing facility is to avoid the mix-up. I think everyone must have come across mix-up in your organization any one particular time, irrespective of your size of organization. And as I said, even recently also, one of the big multinational company, they have given an ad in the paper stating that there was some mix-up with respect to packing materials. So mix-up is one of the great concern. So if you follow proper GMP, it will avoid your mix-up. Whether packing material mix-up or label mix-up or mix-up with respect to product. And another second most important objective is to avoid contamination, and third is to avoid cross-contamination. I think I don't want to go details about what is contamination, what is cross-contamination. So why I'm giving these objectives is that whatever we made GMP components, each component is to address the issues relating to this. For example, say how we can avoid contamination, what are the GMP provisions we have made to avoid the contamination? Which provision in the GMP which will take care about to avoid the contamination? Cleaning is relating to cross-contamination or contamination? For contamination purpose, which component of GMP is taking care about to avoid contamination? Sorry? Hygiene. See, why I'm stressing you this point, each component, whatever specified in the GMP, have importance. ऐसा नहीं है हम ऐसा ही हवा में लेके उसको बनाया नहीं उसको कोई भी component को. Every component has a lot of importance. If you see, to avoid contamination, so contamination from where it is coming? So contamination maybe it is coming from the air, coming from the water, maybe sometimes coming from the personal. So that's why to avoid the contamination from the air, we say that there should be a proper ventilation system. So that ventilation system standards differ from the dosage form to dosage form. So you may be thinking always, why we need HVAC system? मैं ये product 30 साल से बना रहा हूँ with window air condition, it is complying with quality. So complying to quality with the window air condition is that you are testing as per the what label claim you are making. There may be something else in your product which you are not testing at all. So at the time of a release of your batch, you test as per the label claim. You don't test that, for example, presence of black particles in your product unless it is visible. So there may be some of the contaminants which you are not testing. So that's why the GMP, whatever individual components are there of GMP, it will address any one of this. And another is to produce consistency in the quality. Which component of GMP will address the consistency in the quality? So exactly, it will address your concept of why we are having the process validation. It will also ensure your analytical method validations. You have consistency in the quality. You also to addresses why you need vendor should be validated, vendor should be approved. Otherwise, if the quality of your incoming raw material is differ, there won't be consistency in the quality. In one API is coming from one particular manufacturer, you change it to another manufacturer, we don't know impurity profile of that particular company, which is going into your product. So there won't be consistency in the quality. So similarly, each and every objective what it is stated here, any one of the component of the GMP is going to be addressed this. So that's why GMP is required. And I think my opening remarks, I already discussed this point, why do need revision of Schedule M? As I said, GMP is a dynamic in nature, and it is a continuous journey, I said. And there is a substantial improvement in concept of quality. What you have quality 3 decades back and what you have a quality, there is a completely redefining the quality from time to time. And another very important, we need to converge our standards with the global standards. Convergence is the most important. Otherwise, we may not be able to survive. If you want to really serve the national requirements and the international requirements, we have to be on par with the global standard. And as I said earlier, the technological developments and new therapies, as I said, personalized medicine, gene therapy and other things, and quality awareness. Public is more aware about the quality. Okay, here public means even your receiver, and for example, when you are supplying API to the formulator, or for example, you are supplying one packing material, this thing. So there is a lot of expectation, a lot of awareness is there among them. When you are purchasing any API, earlier you say that the criteria for selection of earlier API is mainly 2 parameters. One is the price, second is the supply, how his service is that, how effectively he will supply. Today if you will place order, whether he will supply after 6 months or whether he supply as per your defined schedules. Now, when you purchase API, you see a lot of your criteria. First, most important, you say that what is your impurity profile? What are your OVI in your product? Well, that means the awareness, especially about the quality of the product or the formulator or the API. So even API manufacturer also, when you purchase any key ingredients, key intermediates, there is a lot of awareness. You will put a lot of conditions in that. Your key intermediate also should comply with your predefined standards. And the quality culture. This completely redefined now. वो सब लोग बोलते हैं ना चलता है concept, that does not work now. So we had to all work together to ensure the quality. And last point already we have discussed. As all of you aware about this 5 Ps, I think I'll give more details about each and every P, what is its important role in ensuring the GMP. These are the various components of the GMP which are existing at present in the current Schedule M. How many of you are aware about each component? Each component, in fact, our current Schedule M also has a lot of care it is taking care about the quality of the product. But only thing is understanding and implementation of the current requirements is a great challenge. So if you see this, our existing Schedule M, it is try to address all the basic fundamental principles of the GMP. Maybe it is lacking some areas where some procedural part is missing, and why that individual component has been required. That importance is not specified earlier. Now we are going to be defining the importance of each component. Before I will go to the sorry, just a minute. We had to take care, respect your half partner. Thank you. So just I'll give some brief idea about what is the importance of the critical components. Can you name which is the most critical component of GMP? Personnel. First, think about the first 3. Contamination, cross-contamination. The first most important component is your ventilation system, air. Air quality is the most important first thing. So what it will provide, HVAC system? So it will provide your filtered air of adequate quantity and cleanliness. That depends upon your type of dosage form, whether you are manufacturing oral solid dosage form or whether you are manufacturing injectables. So what type of quality of that air should be there? And another very important, it will monitor environmental control so that the product remains under the required conditions. That is especially with respect to your temperature, humidity, as well as the light. So that means if your environmental conditions are not good, for example, the product which is sensitive to the humidity, if you are not maintaining proper humidity conditions in the manufacturing area, it is going to badly affect your product quality. That's why if you see some of the products in the market, if you draw, definitely it will fail. Because the product is such a sensitive product, even some light sensitive products. And another very important with this is personal comfort. I know in the 98 when I was a drug inspector visiting some of the companies, by the time even myself I'll come out of the manufacturing facilities, I'll feel so much of sweating inside because the rooms are not properly air conditioned. Even as an inspector, when you are there 2-3 hours or 5 hours inside the facility, you are so uncomfortable. What is the fate of the person who is working day and night there? So the personal, otherwise he himself will responsible for your contaminating the product. So that's the reason this ventilation system, one of the great advantages, it also gives the personal comfort. So finally, what you are achieving from this HVAC system, as we said earlier, it will avoid the contamination and it will ensure the quality of the product with respect to what it will provide. Another very important component is the water. Generally, which is most neglected one. We don't take it much seriously, the water. Especially when you are producing oral liquids and your liquid parenterals. If you are using low quality of water, how it is going to impact your product? And as I said here, 3 important parameters are going to be mainly affected. One is your product will get degraded. Second is that your product lead to contamination, maybe because of the microorganisms in the water if you are not properly treated. And you know, one of the major problem come across in industry is that you test the same test quality to ensure the quality of water, but your water quality varies from season to season. If you draw the water from the river, if you draw the water from underground, or even some water from the particular corporation, municipal corporations, okay, the water quality differs from the season. But you should validate, you should ensure the quality of, as per even validations also as per your seasonal wise. And these are what are the various water contaminants. So one is the particles of suspended particles. I think these all of you know very well about this dissolved gases and colloidal materials. I'll go a little fast. I think we need to give good time for the question and answer also. So let me try to. And third, very important is the stability studies. I think you are well aware how the temperature, humidity, light is going to be affecting. And another most important point at present, what we also address through the revised schedule and current schedule is that we always ensure the quality of the product at the time of release. But we should ensure the quality of the product during entire shelf life of the product. Even if your product is tested just before the expiry, your product should comply with the given standards. But our entire focus is, your major focus is that you test your product and ensure the quality only at the time of release itself. After the release, what is the fate of your product? So that is the stability studies will assure your quality of the product till the end of the shelf life. You agree this? But unfortunately, what happens, some of the companies even, they may be not having the stability chambers. So that's my request to all of you is that wherever you are working in any organization, make sure that you have complete stability data before you introduce the product in the market. And now actually it comes to the main subject. Till now, we discussed about the importance of the GMP, why GMP is required, what is your role, responsibility, and of course, the role and responsibilities of the regulator also. The first, it has total 12 parts in the revised Schedule M. The first part, as usual, in the current Schedule M also talks about the good manufacturing practices for pharmaceuticals. And the first time, if you see the entire part 1, talks about the main principles. Till now, this is the one of the major difference. The existing Schedule M, there is completely silent on principles of each and every component of GMP. Earlier, if you see, with respect to building or location or the personal documentation, everything we have stated that your personal should be like this, your documentation should be like this, but we have not stated what is the importance to have these requirements. So the first part talks about the basic principles. So in this is the first time in the proposed Schedule M, the concept of pharmaceutical quality system is introduced. I think those who are already having WHO, GMP and other compliance to the international standards, you may be aware about that. But those who are not having the WHO compliance facility, so for you it is very important to understand the principles of pharmaceutical quality system. Under these principles, the first point itself is stated that manufacturer must assume the responsibility of the quality. So till now GMP not talks about that. So generally, where it is stated at present under the regulation, manufacturer is the responsible for the quality. So nowhere it is stated that manufacturer is free from the responsible, assuming the quality responsibility. Conditions of licenses, manufacturer should comply the GMP and all the conditions. But does not say that conditions that manufacturer is the responsible for the quality of the product. Site master file. So end of the day, for example, manufacturer is not taken the response. For example, if you found, say, NSQ, how you take the legal, where is your legal provision to take action against the manufacturer? Section 34. So at present, we have only one section called under the Section 34 of Drugs and Cosmetic Act, where it says, the person who is directly, involved in the manufacturing, director, or that's why even the many of our regulators also think that whenever NSQ comes, who should be the accused? Whether he is a manufacturer, whether he is a managing director, chairman, or directors, or the manufacturing chemist, or a production chemist, or president of your quality, who is the responsible? There is still a lot of confusion in that. And sometimes courts also, various courts has given the various judgments with respect to that. But this is the first time in the regulation itself, GMP, it is very categorically stated, manufacturer should assume the responsibility of the quality. And another very important thing and applicable to all of you, your senior management. When you are head of the production or head of the quality or head of the quality assurance, so you are ultimate responsible for the quality of the product. So that is the reason I made a request to all of you. You are going to be a representative of a regulator in the manufacturing facility. Because of you had to take the responsibility. When you take responsibility, when it is everything is under your control as per the regulatory standards defined. And also if you see the entire regulation, there is no clearly spelled out your product should have the consistency in the quality. But this time, first time in the Schedule M, clearly going to state that consistency in the quality. I said the importance of why consistency is required in case of potent drugs or any other thing, how it is going to badly affect the public health, the importance of consistency. Consistency does not mean that, I manufacture the product of SA consistency of every time 89%. That is a consistency, 89, 80. You test any my batch 89%. There is a consistency in the quality. Is it right? So that consistency should comply with whatever you have defined your quality. What are your limits you have defined? So that quality consistency should be as per the quality you have defined. It is not like that every time you are manufacturing 89, sir, I am complying with your consistency. So don't get confused with the consistency, your own consistency and consistency as per the what quality you have defined. And fourth point is very, very important. You should have product and process knowledge. This is never asked in the existing Schedule M. As a key person responsible, what is the meaning of having the product and process knowledge? What are the expectations of the regulator tomorrow, or what are your thinking process to comply this requirement of, your people working in your organization should have a knowledge of product and process? So this is starts from the, your complete product life cycle. I think we are all pharmacists, we are all these things. We know what is a product life cycle. Your product life cycle does not mean that only manufacturing. Before manufacturing also, there is some part of the product life. What are the product life cycle steps involved in the product life cycle? So this is the information relating to your formulation development. See, because that is one of the weakest area in certain manufacturers. So they don't have any knowledge about which excipient should be used. What should be the criteria for selection of the excipients, and how much quantity should be used, whether the excipients are compatible or not. Generally, we will see while using the excipients, we will see which are affordable excipients, which are easily available, which is the less price. So that is the reason if you see some of the products in the market, if you do dissolution test, as per our information available in the sampling, most of the product fail in the dissolution. I say it will comply because they don't have a knowledge about the product and process. Just they manufactured without the knowledge. So with this tomorrow, you need to have a complete knowledge about the product as well as the process what you are using. Means whether you are using dry granulation method or wet granulation method, whatever, on what basis, and what is the science, what is the logic, what is the, you should justify that. That should be recorded in the form of a documentation. That means everybody should, this is good for everyone. When we are working in the manufacturing products, I should have knowledge about my process, unless, okay, it may be a technology transfer also. It is not necessary that you should have everything. Another very important point in this system is that you can adopt the technology, you can access technology transfer is also permitted. So it is not necessary that you should have your own formulation development facility. You can outsource your formulation development in activities from the other institutions or organizations. But as a manufacturer, whenever any auditor comes, you need to have the supporting documents about your product and process knowledge. And another very important new thing is that all your incoming raw materials, whether it is active or excipient or packing materials, it should be from the approved vendors. When I'll come to the next separate one slide on the materials, I'll have more details. Okay, so you should not, nowadays, we will have a lot of our own choices. We'll take one day material from X company, we'll switch over to the Y company because of many other reasons. But to switch over that, I think you may be knowing many companies, whatever the even primary packing material they are using, especially for the export purpose, export to the highly regulated, it is very difficult to change their primary packing material. If you want to change one primary packing material, you have to do a lot of studies. But in India, even as a regulator, we don't know when what packing material, primary packing material you have changed. Today it may be you are supplying in a strip packing, tomorrow it is a blister packing. Or tomorrow it will be available in a glass bottle, your tablets. And today you are using your oral liquid in a, for example, glass bottle, and next day you change it to the plastic. How many of you really informed to the regulator any changes in your primary packing material? And same as you manufacturer, when you are registered your product with the other international regulatory agencies, you inform every change what you do. And even some cases, not only inform, you will take a prior permission, prior approval also before implementation. But say manufacturer, you have follow one standard for the one regulatory authority, and for other regulatory authority you have other standard. So to have a consistency in the standards implementation, that's why we brought all the provisions which are on par with the WHO standard. So tomorrow if you make any changes in your product, I'll come to the one slide where we have more details about change control. And another very important factor specified under this component is that the production and release as per the conditions of license, this is already existing, but another very important, and other applicable regulations. What are the other applicable regulations? Whether it is a NDPS Act, or whether it is any matters relating to the even advertisement, pollution, price control. So that means first time our regulation also link with it. That means as a manufacturer you should responsible to comply with the other applicable regulations. And continue this component and approval of any planned changes. Just now we discussed about any change in your main key ingredients or the primary packing materials, and you have to notify that change to the regulator. And third point is very important. First time, the concept of continual improvement in the quality that is the reason generally other says that as current GMP. So that indirect way of having that concept is that continual improvement. I think those who have ISO 9001, I think you are well versed with the meaning of a continual improvement in the quality. And another first time, the concept of review in the quality. I think I'll come to the next slide, more details. As a management, as the head of any particular day, your responsibility that you had to review the quality. Review with respect to your raw material sourcing, with respect to your process, with respect to changes, with respect to failures, with respect to your quality, with respect to out of specifications. So whatever happens, so everything should be reviewed by the management. And first time it is also defined, you had to conduct the root cause analysis of any defective product. So it is clearly defined now. And periodic management review, and also the concept of quality manual. So generally quality manual is relating to the ISO requirement. But though those who are complying with WHO GMP, you have the quality manual along with the site master file. So even now, as per the proposed schedule, you need to have because it is very important. In the quality manual, you specify clearly what is your vision of your organization, what is your mission, what is your objective, what for continual improvements, what you will supposed to do, what is the role and responsibilities of management. You clearly spell out under your quality manual. That means you are giving commitment towards the quality. The second very important component which is first time incorporated in the revised Schedule M is quality risk management. This is a new concept. At present it is not existing in the existing Schedule M, but however most of you is aware about, this is a part of the WHO GMP standard only, and I don't want to go details about what is the quality risk management, but under that, as I said earlier, product quality review. So what you should review? You should review about your starting materials, your critical in-process controls and finished product results. You should review all batches that have failed. That is the most important. And also root cause you should do for the failure, and review of all non-conformance and detailed investigation and corrective and preventive actions you should review. And the qualification status of equipment. This is the most important. At present system, we will do the qualification. I'll come in the next slide where validation talks about the some parameters only existing. But in the revised one, it added the additional parameters what you need to be qualified and validated. And most important, first time the word export is used in the GMP. Till now, if you see our Schedule M or in the Drugs and Cosmetic Act also, nowhere it is specified the export. Okay, so in this clearly stated that whatever review you are doing, that review is not only for the domestic products, even quality review you should do for the products which are meant for the export purpose. Is it clear? So that as a manufacturer, this is your responsibility to conduct the product quality review for both domestic as well as for the export products. And the frequency of review is also stated. It should be the minimum at least once annually. And there is concept of technical agreement is also introduced, and it is need to be reviewed as a part of the review, and it should be updated from time to time. So we talk so much about the GMP requirements, but under the Schedule M or under the drugs rules, is anywhere specified what is GMP? The definition of GMP is given. So we all interpret ourselves what is GMP means. This is the first time the definition of GMP is given under the Schedule M. I don't want to go to the what is actually the GMP. All of you aware about this thing. As I said, we always think about what is the basic principle. So basic principle of this, aim of this GMP is managing and minimizing the risk in a very simple language. And just I try to make some comparison between the existing and the proposed Schedule M. With respect to the sanitation component, existing Schedule M also talks about the sanitation, but the existing Schedule M sanitation covers only for workers and manufacturing premises. Only two components it covers at present for sanitation. Now in the proposed, the sanitation covers personnel, premises, equipment or operators, production materials and containers. See, for example, though you may be practicing, all the incoming raw materials coming into warehouse, you have a detailed SOP how to receive, how to handle, how to store. You do some primary cleaning of your incoming material. But under the Schedule M, is there anywhere it is written? Your incoming raw material should be de-dusted, it should be cleaned. Under the Schedule M, there is no such provision. This is a provision under the WHO GMP standard. So first time, that is the reason your production materials and containers, whatever containers is coming into your premise in your factory, you need to do the sanitization. This is one of the difference between the existing and proposed. And another, with respect to the qualification and validation, the word validation is already covered in the existing, but that validation is restricted only for 4 components. That is, validation only for manufacturing process. Manufacturing process should be validated, the testing should be validated, and cleaning process should be validated. So the current Schedule M talks validation about only 3: process, testing and cleaning. But in the proposed Schedule M, not only covers above 3, it also covers validation of your premises, which is not exist at present under the Schedule M. So but I don't want to go details how you should do validation of premises because it is all very time-taking sessions each. But only thing is that what is covered additional? Additional covered is that it is the responsibility of manufacturer to validate the your premises and validation of utilities. At present, utilities. Utilities by validation is not covered. But in the proposed Schedule M, you need to do validation of utilities and the equipment. And the concept of qualification is not covered under the existing. If you see nowhere in the Schedule M, they talks about the qualification of your equipments. So the first time in the proposed regulation, it talks about the qualification of, see, these are very important. You should qualify your premises. That means qualification you have to do your premises and validation also you need to do your premises. Similarly, utilities. Utilities should be qualified and validated. Similarly, equipment should be qualified and validated. So the qualification of premises, utilities, equipments is part of the proposed Schedule M. I think you know what is the meaning of a qualification. That is your DQ, IQ, OQ and PQ. And this is another very interesting one, compliance and adverse reaction. So at present, the existing Schedule M talks about reporting of serious adverse drug reactions to the licensing authority. If you see, the terms are very important. It is only serious adverse drug reactions. And we don't know what is a serious drug adverse reaction, how it is defined. But first time, the provisions are made well detailed. Any faulty manufacture, that means not only serious adverse drug reaction, even if any faulty in your manufacture or your any product deterioration or serious quality problems, all need to be reported to the licensing authority. And in the morning inauguration, I said, we adopt by and large whatever draft notification issued in the 2018, it is remained same. However, there are two important things what additionally added, which is not included in the initial draft notification. This is the one of the thing, pharmacovigilance system should be in place in the manufacturing facilities. This is not there in the existing draft. This is the new component which you can see in the final notification. So that's why the concept of pharmacovigilance is incorporated in the revised Schedule M. And another important component, product recall. There is a provision for product recall. They are not exactly spelled out the product recall and whether it should be informed to licensing authority or not. At present, Schedule M is silent. But whereas in the proposed Schedule M, it is clearly stated product recalls to be informed to the licensing authority. And there should be a comprehensive system specified for promptly and effective recall. Tomorrow, when you interpret these terms, what is the meaning of promptly? Whether it is a mock recall is a prompt, and also effective recall. So these are the terminologies, Angrezi mein both words, makes a lot of difference. That interpretation, so these two terms are sufficient to know how effective your product recall system. It should be a prompt and it should be effective. And effective up to the what level? And how it is effective? This is your responsibility. You have to prove this to the compliance. And another important change control. See, whatever I'm saying here, you no need to worry. डरने का जरूरत नहीं है. ये बहुत simple concepts है. Only thing is that your commitment, your involvement. That means your involvement not only restricted to just to produce, how you are producing. While you are producing, what changes you have made, what deviations you have made, till now you have not reported. That's why I say, my people you are claiming last 30 years I am manufacturing, there is no product quality issues. But last 30 years, how many changes you have made in your process? How many changes you have made in your raw materials? How many changes you have made with respect to, have you reported all the changes? But still you claim your product is standard quality. So now the concept is that whatever you make changes, whatever you make any investigations, deviations, these all need to be reported. Is it clear? See, this is all part of, for example, if you see the digital transaction, earlier how much percentage of digital transaction happening in India? If you see, even if you purchase tomato, there also you can pay your money digitally. Name any area, everywhere there is a digital payment. How we have changed drastically? We always habituated to use the cash, but you are habituated to digitally. That means we indirectly reporting to the government what you are purchasing, and thereby you are showing where you are physically present at that time, and what you have purchased, and how much you paid your tax also by paying something. You are reporting to government or not everything? It is good or bad? Not is one way, all the way good it is. That means whatever transaction he is doing, see, when you are doing any transaction which is genuine transaction, why you should worry, why you should bother? Similarly, when you are doing genuine manufacturing, reporting anything, what is the problem? That means what I am trying to say that we have to change our mindset. पहले हम डिजिटल पेमेंट के लिए डरता था. Now we are very happy to, it is so convenient also. You see, digital payment, it is so convenient. आप घर पे बैठ के Saturday, Sunday also, even bank holiday it is, you can transfer your money wherever your daughter or your son is required or any party is required. It is comfortable or not? Maybe initially it is a painful. Initially we think that in this type of process system incorporated, because we are habituated to particular system procedures. When you want to change into the another system, little inconvenience and that, but later on once you are habituated, you are more comfortable. Not only comfortable this thing, you are also more confident. What I am doing is everything is genuine. I am talking about Indian regulations, Indian standard, Indian this thing. I don't want to cross the borders of India. So we will restrict our discussions. So what I am trying to say that similarly, see what happened the moment, see when I said that whenever there is a change, you should inform. Whenever there is a failure, you should do investigation. These you may be doing earlier also. You may be doing whenever you change, you do some study, but that all changes, studies, what you done, you are not recorded and not reported. Only with this system is that we want transparency in that. In fact, it will give more strength to you. You are more confident. Yes, I have deviated here. For that, I have done the investigation. I have created the document for that. Tomorrow, you no need to worry about the regulator. And this is what even US FDA regulators also, in fact, if you show more your change control, more failures, they are more happy. Otherwise, we will hide the many things. When the hide thing will come out, it will be very expensive for us to comply that. So, इसमें डरने का कुछ नहीं. आप लोग सोचता हैं यार इतना में, that means you are thinking that I am opening my doors to the public. Yes, we should open the doors. We are not doing any illegal activity. We are not doing any illegal things inside the four walls. Just to compare our compliance to GMP and reporting everything with our digitalization. Even as a drug regulator also, if you see every state drug regulator or the CDSCO, there is a lot of transparency. You are submitting applications through online. Applications are processed through online. Permissions are also issued through online. At any given time in the system, can say each officer how much time he has taken for the review. That means it's a transparency. We are also disclosing. So we have to come forward, whatever work we are doing, it is not any such a confidential thing which I kept it within the four walls. It is a completely should be an open system. In any one particular officer in the review process, if you taken more than the specified time, you come to know. Similarly, as the manufacturer, it is your responsibility, whatever changes you made, it is your responsibility to communicate. So that's why in this change control, any changes in the raw material, changes in the packing material, or any specification changes, analytical method changes, facilities, utilities, equipment need to be informed to the regulator. And there is also classification, major, minor, critical management, critical changes. And another very important, this is most important for Indian perspective, there is no concept of, contract giver or contract acceptor, or actually what is a contract. So this is nothing but in our language we can say loan license. So we don't know clearly, what is the role and responsibility of the loan license manufacturer and the product receiver. So that's why it is clearly stated what is contract giver, what is the contract acceptor, what is actually a contract analysis. A contract analysis also is permitted as per the revised schedule. So it is very clearly specified and defined also. First time also defined what is agreement, and there should be agreement between the contract giver and contract acceptor. And also there is a clearly spelled out provisions for the technology transfer. When you give contract to somebody, you also have to provide the technology transfer. And another component, self-inspection, quality audit, supplier audit and approval. The self-inspection and quality audit, this concept is there, but first time it is important to focus here is that supplier approval process and validation process and suppliers audit. So you have to conduct the audit. It not necessary yourself you can conduct. You can conduct that audit through the external outsource agencies also. And it says at least once in a year. It is really a great challenge. When your basket you have so many incoming raw materials, excipient, that is excipients, actives, packing materials, especially primary materials. So, but this will be actually useful to you. I will tell you some examples where it is highly useful. If you really do vendor validations, vendor audits you have conducted, there is a provision, you no need to do complete analysis of the packing material. There is exemption, you can skip some of the, even WHO, GMP, even US FDA also permits that. If you completely validated your vendor, there is advantage also for you. And it is also says, even for example, key ingredients, say API, you should draw sample from each and every container for identification test. That is one of the requirement. This guidelines also says that if your vendor is validated, there is a consistency in the quality history is good. You no need to do sample from each and every container of the API. There is exemption. See, the moment if you, but don't get exempt, you are not done any vendor validation, if you are not doing 100% sampling, that is not acceptable. And there is also a provision, I will come in the next slides, there is a provision for parametric release, but provided if you done proper vendor validation. So that's why vendor audits, validation is equally important, it will benefit you. And personal by and large is same, and only specific thing is what it is specified new is organization chart. You need to have a complete organogram how your organization is defined. And this is also, when I read this thing as a regulator, when I want to see the second point compliance, how it should be verified. Generally till now says that the manufacturer should give training to the personnel. We know training means there should be a training SOP, you should identify the training need, gap analysis, there should be SOP, there should be training schedules, there should be evaluation before the training, after the training. Something we know. But second point says, very important point, even myself I am not sure, tomorrow my inspector goes for the inspection, what he will verify. Second point says, personnel should be motivated to support maintenance of high quality standard. What is the meaning of motivation? So as a, means this is a very important point for the discussion as a manufacturer are even point for discussion for the regulator. When my inspector goes ask you, okay, show me the document, last 1 year what you have motivated, how you motivated your personal. Just you say that last year iska salary itna tha, abhi salary itna hai. Whether salary is a motivation or, okay, earlier he was the assistant manager, now he is a deputy manager. Promotion. Whether the promotion is a motivation. So these are the challenges. So we all need to be really go into details and have a common, interpretation and understanding how we should comply these things. And also the role and responsibilities clearly should be defined for the heads of production quality control and qualification of, a little go fast, I think. Mudda Sahib is waiting for the question and answer session. Premises by and large same, except one new area is added, is that there should be a weighing area. At present, if you see in the production, our existing Schedule M, there is no dedicated weighing area. So first time the weighing area is specified, and validated cleaning procedure. Materials, I think we already discussed, and the second point is most important. First point is also most important. So generally, as per the existing Schedule M says that you need to have a segregated area for the quarantine material, for the under test material, and for the approved. That means you need to have a complete segregate area. But as the Schedule M says, there is no need to have a segregated, provided if you are storing the entire raw material as per the validated computerized system. If your computerized system is locate this particular material location, what product is, whether it is a quarantine or whether it is under test or whether it is approved, that is also accepted. See, there are some relaxation, good thing to the industry also. And also, as already I discussed, identification test for each container starting material is also, exemption is there, provided if that raw material is coming from the dedicated facilities. That means when you are purchasing, for example, paracetamol, if that paracetamol API manufacturer is producing only paracetamol, is not producing any other active ingredients, then you no need to do identification test from each and every container. So you can write your SOP as per whether it should be randomly once in, if you receive 10 containers out of 10, whether it is a 3 or 4, your SOP should clearly spell out that. And concept of reworking of rejected products is also permitted, and you need to do validation for that. And part of earlier batches you can mix into the subsequent at any given stage of the API manufacturing. So when you produce, for example, your batch size is 100 kilo API. For example, if you got 97 kg or 102 kg, there, if your packing is 25 kg, there will be some leftover quantities. Yeah. And how and which stage you can use this leftover batch quantity into the subsequent, which stage you can add. This is permitted now. And very important, in the morning we discussed the concept of retesting date. Earlier, which is not as a part of the Schedule M. And the reference standards, it is clearly stated, you should procure these reference standards from the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, and also procedure for working standards are clearly defined. And the waste materials is by and documentation, very important. Documentation now says you should have a hard copy of MFR and SOP. But in the proposed one, even you can have a soft copies provided you do complete audit trial, and you should have a complete backup, you should have complete validation. Whenever inspector will come and ask for any MFR or BMR, you should not say that it is corrupted or it is not available or otherwise, वो क्या होता है, वो जल गया सर, वो कुछ हमारे पास डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है. These things, okay, you can say that answer, but the regulator will think that you don't have a document. That means you produce the product without BMR, you produce the product without MFR, you produce without SOPs. That will be the final his conclusion. That's why it is your responsibility. When it is accepted, provided if you have done proper audit trial, proper validations, proper backup facilities. I think this we can skip. it is by and large the concept of deviation control, timelines for the storage of equipment after cleaning. So generally the cleaning status we will give on the equipment after cleaning, but cleaning status label should specify whole time. And line clearance of packing operations. This is not exist at present in the current schedule. And with respect to the quality control, the part testing in case of COA from the reliable manufacturer, these are actually useful to you. You are not necessary to do complete analysis of the certain incoming raw materials. And first time this says that at present schedule M says your API and finished product only you need to keep as a control sample. Now in addition to these two, you also should keep all other materials. This is one of the difference. But the tenure also they have specified. You are not necessary to keep up to the expiry or after expiry of 6 months, but this is only for 2 years. From the date it is used, even if your shelf life of product is, for example, 4 years, but you need to keep other materials only for the 2 years. And computer system we have done. This is a very important slide. This information is also not there in the already draft notification. So this is going to be a new provision in the revised schedule. It is not exist at present in the draft. What it says that, for example, when you want to do, we say water system validation, but where are the guidelines for water system validation? Similarly, stability studies, HVAC system, so many important components we have specified you need to do validation, but we don't have guidelines. What we have done is that we are adopting the WHO guidelines on these matters for the better clarity purpose. Is it clear? So we are not written everything, all the guidelines in our schedule. What we have stated is that whatever updated from time to time WHO, so as a manufacturer you can adopt that guidelines for the purpose of validating the important components, including the packaging of pharmaceutical products. So till now this is the part 1. I think part 2, 3, everything I will just skip. I think you are clear about the fundamentals about the GMP, why and what are important. This talks about, part 2 talks about the sterile products, part 3 talks about specific requirements for the cytotoxic. And you may be knowing all cytotoxic products are not necessary to have dedicated facilities. Okay, so it is clearly stated what type products, and you can have cytotoxic also in the common area, but it depends upon how sensitive that product. And fourth is talks about first time for the biological products we have a specific requirements like vaccines, antigens, recombinant products, like monoclonal antibodies. There is specific GMP requirements stated for the biological products, and first time specific requirements also stated for the radiopharmaceuticals. This is the one of the, and part 6 talks about the phytopharmaceuticals, which is a huge potential for India to have the phytopharmaceuticals. So we have defined the GMP requirements for the phytopharmaceuticals under the part 6. Part 7 talks, and 7 is very important. There are no specific GMP requirements for the clinical trial products. So in clinical trial products, when it is, whether it should be comply with the GMP standard, and clinical trial product varies from the product you are using in the phase 1 study, phase 2 study, phase 3. Whatever the product you are using phase 1, phase 2, it may not be the same product, same in the sense active ingredient will be the remain same. The excipient you have used, the formulation you have used. For example, initially you started with in the tablet form in the phase 1. You may change phase 3 by the time it may be a capsule also. That depends upon the stability, depends upon the availability. You change your formulation from the phase to phase, depends upon which dosage form is the best suits. So you may not be able to conduct detailed validations for the products which are used in the phase 1 study. However, these guidelines are applicable only for the products which are meant for phase 1 and phase 2 studies. Whereas the product which is for the phase 3 study, your main GMP guidelines are applicable for the phase 3 study products. And next, we already have the existing oral solid dosage forms, oral liquid topical preparations, meter dose and active pharmaceutical ingredients. I have not gone details about that. I skipped the many things because of we need to like to have a question and answer where you can have that. So finally, what we are concluding. You know now everybody will agree that GMP is in dynamic nature. It is not a static like last 30 years should have the same GMP. And there is a change in the concept of quality. The definition of quality is in dynamic, it is changing. The requirements are vary from the time to time. That means there should be a continual improvement in the quality. And the moment if you have proper well-defined GMP requirements, it will also facilitate your innovation. So the moment when we call, there is a need to have knowledge on the product and process, that means when you do innovation. When innovation, not necessarily innovating the new molecule, innovation may be a new dosage form, innovation may be how you can reduce the, for example, small change in the particle size also changes your product safety and the efficacy. Even your proper, for example, sustained release dosage form will change your product completely. So, and this also we made our standard on par with the global standard. And as I said, it will build the trust and confidence among all the stakeholders. It will reduce the NSQ and product recalls, and it also reduces the product failures. Takeaway message. So there is no need to explain what is the takeaway message. I think you are very clear now. So the moment if you go out of this workshop, the moment if you go in your factory, what you should do? You should not just come from, okay, my management has sent there for workshop, I enjoyed Bombay trip, or I enjoyed the nice lunch here and a good environment. That is not your takeaway message. Okay, so the moment if you go back to your facilities, go back to your wherever you are, first you do your self-assessment. Don't wait, as I said, okay, let the final notification will come, let me see that. Don't wait. Your final notification will be the remain same what is the draft notification, except two things. One is the pharmacovigilance system, which is a new. Second is adopting the WHO guidelines. These are the major two new provisions which are going to be appearing in the revised scheduling. Otherwise, the rest is remain same. So first you conduct your own self-assessment instead of waiting for the new regulations. And also don't expect that, we always more interested okay sir, new GMP you are bringing, how much transition time you give? How many years we need? This is all depends upon our mindset. See, for example, we have given time to IDMA to conduct this training program. Whether you should give 3 days time or 3 weeks time or 3 months time. The success is based upon the commitment. If you have a commitment, even within 3 days you can organize good program. Maybe you have to put a lot of efforts and everybody support. So that's why if you want to really implement, yes, we need a reasonably time. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए मैं IDM को रात को बोलता हूँ within 1 hour I am coming, you arrange the program. That is not practically possible. But as a manufacturer, as a part of the product manufacturing system, it is your response. You don't wait even what your management says to you. If you are a production chemist, if you are quality control or you are maintenance wherever you are working, you take the draft notification already is available on the public domain. You take the draft notification, you assess yourself. If you are a maintenance engineer, okay, what actually the facilities I have, what actually documents I have, what is the expected facility, what is the expected documentation. You do your gap analysis yourself. Okay. Then you discuss with your management or your next immediate boss. This is what we have, this is what we need to comply. For that, you need to prepare your plan for improvement and upgradation. And once your management, your top, whomever immediate, they agree with you, and where definitely when you make a proposal which is going to be a mandatory requirement, so everybody will be on the same wavelength. So it is easy for you to consider or accept all your recommendations. Finally, you implement your plan. It is clear your takeaway message? Sure? Say loudly. Yes means, your yes you are saying to satisfy me. I am asking you that yes is to promote you. That yes should give motivation to you for compliance. You plays very important role. Don't wait. GMP compliance is the management responsibility, not my responsibility. Now, as I said, you are responsible for the quality of the product. You are responsible for the compliance to GMP. You plays very, very important role. So that's why whatever the 3 steps we have suggested, so kindly take this message, and implementation date, when it is a transition time, that already it is in the media and it is in the public also. Our Honorable Minister Sahab has already stated that the manufacturers, their turnover who have 250 crores and above, it is within 6 months, and those who have less than 125 crore, it is 1 year. It is, already this message is available in the public domain. Of course, government always take a right decision for the right cause. Okay, so see, when the government's given these dates, they have not stated that it is a small scale, medium scale, that. So because of GMP, irrespective of your size of the operation, it is standards are remain same. So that is the reason my sincere appeal to all of you, don't wait when it is going to be a mandate. You start right now. You start right now. That is easy for everyone. So before I conclude, I am very thankful to the organizers. Give a big hand to IDMA for organizing such a wonderful thing. Now I am understanding what is motivation. As a speaker, your appreciation, your clap will give motivation. Probably, I think we need to define in the GMP also what is motivation tomorrow for that. So thank you very much for your kind attention and active participation of physically here and online, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, sir. The session was very insightful. Going further, now we have the most anticipated part of this workshop, that is the question and answers session. I would request our Mudda sir to moderate this session. Mr. Mudda is the Managing Director of Misan Labs Limited, Malta. He is the Chairman of IDMA's Regulatory Affairs Committee. Mr. Mudda is a pharmacy graduate with a postgraduate diploma in management studies, over 45 years of experience in India, covering all aspects of the pharmaceutical industry: technical, quality, systems, processes, regulatory affairs, project management, training and education, leadership development and business management. He is the MD of Misan Labs Malta, an EU GMP certified state-of-the-art testing laboratories. He is also the program director of the advanced program in pharmaceutical quality management, that is the APPQM. He had led 2 very successful series which has given 68 change agents to the industry. We would take as many questions as possible. I would request our online viewers to post their question in the chat box. We will surely try to answer them. Mudda sir, please.
Very good afternoon to all. Yeah, even before we begin the question answer session, I'll fail in my duties if we don't all stand up and give a thunderous big round of applause to what. Yes. And I'll tell you why. as we're sitting through this 3-hour-long session, I at least, I'm sure all of you experienced that. We went back, memory lane 30 years, and I think 2 hours I was in the factories, various factories where I was working. That is how, sir, you give several live examples of the personal life, of the family lives, of the industry, and we really took us through various aspects of what GMP compliance means. In short, I think what he has told is that it is the voluntary GMP compliance with minimum management oversight and minimum regulatory oversight. It is for us to comply today onwards without waiting for anything to happen. I think that is the key message. One more thing I want to tell, because he really took back to the memory, 18th, 19th September 2014, Hyderabad 10th annual meet of our MIXIL, and that time again we had FDA issues and culture of quality and data integrity were the two key things, and it was a 2-day-long seminar. He chaired 1 day's full sessions where I spoke on culture of quality. And I still recall, he told, Mr. Mudha, now onwards, all of us in the industry will have to spend more time on this topic and continue to think. And surely you can see the way he has evolved and what knowledge he gave today of connecting GMP, system, and culture of quality. Several examples he has given, and I think it is we really feel proud that we have a regulator who thinks like us. Almost he knows exactly what is required to be done in the manufacturing industry, small to big to the large organizations, such as his knowledge delivery today. One or two key messages I want for us to take away. What I took away from is that quality is not what you see in the COA. It is what goes behind it. That's the key message he gave. It is not determination of identity, strength, purity, but he almost without saying that the ICH Q10 definition of product realization. It is, establishing, creating and maintaining a system to deliver products with quality attributes that meet the requirements of patient, healthcare professionals, regulators and internal external customers. Such is the vast scope of the definition of quality. I think you really delivered in your talk of last 2 hours, and we're really grateful to you. So with this, I would like to start the Q&A sessions. Thank you. So I think most of the questions Dr. Ishwar Reddy himself asked and answered, so there are very few doubts that are left. But one key thing I think that has to be emphasized is that the whole industry has welcomed this new change that you have brought in about the shelf life of finished product not being within the residual shelf life of the API. And I have worked with him several years ago from this topic. I still remember in 2001, in one of the IDA forums, I made a presentation on this, and we're really thankful to you to really have considered well. It was very, very challenging to take the view that industry took. So this is one, I think, several questions which have come, they are about this, and we take a very good message that this regulation is in place now, that there will be delinking of the shelf life of the finished product from the API.
I'll make, when it is delinking means, it is not suo motu like that. You need to have a proper stability studies, validations. You need to have data for that. So without having any retesting data, for example, आपका पास stability chamber ही नहीं है, then you say that I am giving retest date, not acceptable. So it is, when you say retest date means it is not by default. So retest date may be applicable with complete supporting data.
Absolutely.
You need to have supporting data, and you need to take your licensing authority into confidence. You should agree for that. Otherwise, tomorrow onwards, you go on retesting the same API infinite time, then that is not acceptable.
Yeah, I think there is one common question again that is emerging from many delegates is regarding the storage of raw materials and status labeling. Because in the digitized world, there are many facilities available of coding them, including the automated storage and retrieval systems. So in which case will the authorities accept this digitized way of storing and retrieving the materials?
Thank you, Mudha Sahab. I think in my presentation I have stated this. The current GMP says there should be a segregated area for the raw material storage, for the under test, quarantine and approved. But if they follow complete validated computerized system, so you can have the same place, but you can have different status. Provided you need to conduct a proper audit trail, you need to properly validate your computer system. If it is a validated computer system in place, the status of raw material is irrespective of that in the same status, irrespective of that in the same, it is acceptable. That is actually what is permitted.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, there are very few questions which are not answered, actually speaking. I got around 38, 40 questions, but most of them are answered, therefore I'm not repeating. Some of the questions I'm repeating so that we give a comment rather than answer. So one such is, it would be helpful if Schedule M clearly specifies on the requirements of conducting quality risk assessment and for which processes. So this is a, yeah, I mean, yes, you can go ahead, like, what are the requirements and to which processes the quality risk management applies is the question.
So I think always my way of answer to this question is that we are the regulator. Okay. In general, you know, I always says that we are not a consultant. Which process, which method, which is better for you. So when you are doing risk assessment, the risk assessment, you should identify what is your risk and how you can mitigate that risk, how you can reduce the risk, either in the process or premises or the personal that, and what methodology you should follow. That is, you are the right person. Because of, as a regulator, we may not be able to suggest you follow the particular risk method analysis or the particular process or particular thing. It will be very difficult unless I have the complete details about the risk. Okay, so my request all of you is that it is, you are the best judge. What risk in your organization with respect to various parameters, you identify, you mitigate, and you analyze, and you evaluate, and you take care about that.
Great, thank you. I think just to add, it is an approach that the industry has to follow. It is not a requirement, the risk-based approach. And I think you said that in the forthcoming schedule, when it is published, you are going to make a reference to WHO guidelines to be followed. So I think voluntarily we can follow many of the global guidelines, and ICH Q9 is there that talks of the situations where proactive and reactively the risk assessment has to be adopted. Yeah. So the next question is. In reality, there are not many, and some of them are not clear, so I'm skipping them. There should be two different sections in the amendment in Schedule M, that is one for GMP in API and excipients, and another section for drug products. I think it is already there. It's part 12, I think, talks of the APIs. Supplies every year. Yes, I think there is one requirement about the, in materials control section, about the vendor approval. So now, is it expected that vendors are required to be audited every year, or a company can themselves decide the frequencies, is the question.
So at least the company says that at least minimum once in a year. Okay, the GMP, proposed GMP says minimum once in a year the vendor validation audit should be conducted, but it is not necessary that you should directly, as I said, involve in the vendor audit. You can outsource also this activity, but maybe if you want generally more frequency of that, everything is accepted provided if you have a proper supporting document for that. See, for example, you have one vendor for the API. In a year, for example, his 3 batches failed. Can you continue the sourcing of the API from the same fellow without further vendor audit?
No,
so this vendor audit is based upon what quality of the material is supplying to you, and how consistency in the quality.
Yes, I think the point was, it need not be mandated as a 1 year. It has to be left By risk-based approach, as you rightly said now,
But
and
and also I think this provision is exist as per the WHO standard also. So
we're afraid, sir. I think the feedback is internationally, it is left to the
risk assessment.
risk assessment and systems, and general norm that we know is 3 years for the API, 5 years for the excipients. Normally it is followed. I think that would be the industry's request, I suppose, on this point. Yeah.
Sir, how about the API manufacturers for the intermediate vendor audit, and that is once in a year or
So here, as you know, so API is also a drug. So all the incoming raw materials, whether the key starting raw materials especially, KSM and the drug intermediates are very, very important for the API manufacturing. So as per the proposed schedule here, you need to conduct the vendor validation for KSM as well as the DM, that is the drug intermediates. The frequency, as we just now discussed, it is based upon how much risk associated with that.
correct. Thank you.
And Mike, please. Some volunteers can help you.
Hello. See, frequency is 1 year and it based on the risk. That's okay. But suppose the manufacturers based on the risk, if they want to do desktop audit, virtual audit, or the on-site, what is your expectations in Schedule M?
That's a good question.
So virtual audit, this is all, you know, how much yourself you are confident on that audit. So whether you are doing that virtual audit for the sake of compliance to the regulations, or really you are doing virtual audits to really evaluate the vendor.
No, it's based on the risk. Suppose
No,
risk is less, so I will go
You
for.
understand what I am trying to say, that if you are able to ensure effective vendor audit through desktop, that you should satisfy the regulator. Or otherwise, okay, I will conduct the vendor audit through the desktop just for the sake of creating the documents tomorrow to show to the drug regulator. Correct. That does not satisfy, that does not comply the requirement. So if you are sure my desk audit itself is sufficient to ensure, then you had to have supporting complete the documents.
Yes, Vinay. Yeah.
I have one question. In case of recent tragedies with the liquid orals, are the manufacturers of glycerin, which is in the item from the IP, are they going to be licensed or no? Are they having licenses? Are they inspected, etc.?
So you're talking about the manufacturing license for the excipients.
That's right. Because you said they are important component of the dosage form. Anything wrong with them also has an impact on the shelf life and stability and the usage, you know.
Yeah. So thank you, sir, for the very important question it is. So as we discussed in the morning session, as per the definition of section 3B3, all components of the drug are also attract the definition of a drug. So the excipients also comes under the regulation. The moment it comes under the regulation means its manufacturing, its stocking, storage, selling, everything comes under the regulation. But, and I also said in the initial my talk, this is a now little gray area. See, manufacturers who are, excipient manufacturers who are claiming pharmacopoeial standards, generally, they are getting manufacturing license under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, and they are manufacturing.
Fair enough.
What about the products which are imported? Some solvents which are used,
Yes.
some colors which are used, some preservatives which are used, or some dyes, and whether all, that is all incoming only.
Okay.
Whether all manufacturers have the license under that, that's why it is a little gray area. That is really, as and when we strengthen our mechanism, strengthen the regulatory system, all these things, you know, comes under the proper control and monitoring.
Yeah.
One more question here is, you mentioned there a cross-reference to WHO, but where it goes towards cleaning validation, are we going on the European format of PDE calculations in the matrix of 70 products?
No, no. So
or it's 1,000 thousandth of a dose like the US FDA says? What is the guideline which we have to follow?
This guideline for the cleaning validation is as per the WHO GMP guideline.
Okay, that's fine.
So not the any other guidelines which are also available in the public domain.
I think one more question, extension to what Vinay said. There is a question whether the testing of EG, DEG required for expensive use for cosmetic products.
Yes.
Question one. And second, during retesting, do we have to re-perform this test, having done initially?
So I think the entire session workshop is on GMP for drugs. So cosmetics, these particular GMP provisions are not applicable.
Not applicable, okay.
And this GMP's standard is applicable drugs meant for humans as well as animals. This proposed GMP is also applicable for veterinary products.
There is
Two small suggestions. On point number 5 where you showed as production, I think you can label it as contract manufacturing and testing. Because
Point
agreement
number
is
9,
for
yes.
that, you know,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is not production means people will take it as in-house production of the company. Second suggestion I had was under validations, one of the things that we have to show to the overseas auditor is the vendor, the transport validation. So if you can add that. Because you
Good
make
suggestion.
a perfect product at your gate, but by the time it reaches the intended place, there may be some impact on it. So that also should be a point that you should consider. And that's a suggestion only.
Yeah, I think there is one important point on the prevention of cross-contamination. This is one new requirement that has come in schedule. And we also saw there is separate chapter 3, which again talks in a very greater detail about the facilities required for handling hazardous compounds. So the view is that section 3 and 5, like of EU GMP, which is brought in our production and prevention of cross-contamination section, that adequately take care. So is there any expectation of having a dedicated facility for any categories of products under Schedule M?
So I think if you see in the proposed schedule, at present Schedule M says that the cytotoxic products and the penicillin products you need to have segregated facilities. That means complete independent facilities are required.
Yeah.
But in the proposed Schedule M, though we have a separate part 3 which talks about the hazardous products including cytotoxic, all cytotoxic products are not necessarily required to have a separate dedicated facilities. I think there is a WHO list also is available, the exposure limits of the particular cytotoxic compound. Based upon that, whether it can be even manufactured in the general facility. So this product is already identified because of based upon the certain parameters. So this is acceptable.
So other than the cytotoxics and penicillins,
Penicillin definitely need to have
Dedicated
a dedicated.
facility.
There
That
is
is
no
true.
any second thought or opinion.
absolutely.
Just one last question.
Yes, sure.
Coming to implementation and then thereafter the inspection from CDSCO and others, you have a plethora of 30,000 units probably to be inspected. And would there be some risk-based inspection also? For example, a company is approved by WHO, approved by US FDA, TGA. Would those be in a low priority of inspection? Are you going to do every inspection once a year? Because other thing I wanted to say was, when we have gone through the WHO inspection, they are normally of 1 day or 1.5 days or 2 days. But when we have a regulatory inspection from the other bodies, in order to encompass all these factors which are in the Schedule M to be evaluated properly, I think a 4-day inspection is justified. So is it going to be the same methodology of inspection, or is there going to be changes to the inspection methodology also? Secondly, when it comes to giving the evidence of what has been, so FDA tells you, you have got voluntary compliance, VAI, NAI, no action initiated, VAI is voluntary action initiated, then you have OAI, official action initiated, which is warning letter, and then consent decree where the company closes. Are we going to follow the same methodology for some time after this now? Because I think as we move this for barrier for the GMP compliance, also the auditing function also should be in line with WHO and all are doing.
Yes, thank you, sir, for your comment and the question. So even CDSCO as on date, we have a SOP for the risk-based inspection for the biological products, especially for the vaccines. So for vaccine manufacturing, already we are implementing the concept of risk-based inspection. And for the other than vaccines, we already now implemented risk-based inspection for the others dosage forms, including oral solid, oral liquids, what we are already doing. So we identified some risk parameters. Based upon that, we are already conducting the risk-based inspections. As you said rightly, once the new Schedule M is going to be implemented also, because of the limited human resources, it may not be possible to inspect all the companies overnight by the regulator. So we had to utilize human resources very effectively with limited thing. That is based upon only concept of risk-based inspection. As you said rightly, all the states, authorities also will have the SOP for the risk-based inspection, and they will identify the units which are manufacturing the products at the high risk. So initially it will start with that. And simultaneously, Government of India is also thinking to have complete online system for the inspections also. That means the moment inspector will do the inspection there, every day, whatever the major non-compliance are there, immediately he has to upload in the system. It is not a detailed report, but the observations, whatever critical observations, major observations is there, he has to upload in the system. Thereby, their higher authorities also will come to know. So they try to bring a lot of transparency in the inspection process and how we can effectively utilize the existing manpower. And thanks to the many state governments also, they are enhancing their manpower. If you see the many states, recently I have visited the Raipur. The government of Chhattisgarh, they have appointed many new inspectors. They have total 123 sanctioned drug inspectors. And they have already in place almost 79 drug inspectors. So that means like Bihar, like many other states, they are improving their human resources. So governments are taking a lot of interest, and for this purpose, central government is also has come up with the separate scheme for the strengthening of the state regulatory authorities and the central regulatory authorities. Government is providing financial assistance for the recruitment of new manpower, and also for setup of the new facilities for the offices, or as well as the facilities for the quality control testing. So there is a financial assistance from the government of India through Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to strengthen the present drug regulatory system.
Good afternoon, sir. I have one question related to the pharmacovigilance. Sir, yeah.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, sir. I am with PharmaBiz. PharmaBiz is a news portal, South Asia's leading news portal. So my question is regarding the pharmacovigilance program of India and how this new provision. So how this PVPI is going to help the companies in terms of adopting the PVPI in their company. Means since there are some, I think more than 500 centers, PVPI AMC centers. So how is it going to complement the existing, the new provision of putting in place the pharmacovigilance in the companies?
So I think we should not confuse with the pharmacovigilance program of India. That is the PVPI, which is the government program. So where government has identified some centers, and where government is also posted some staff there to collect this information of adverse events through the hospitals. Here, the pharmacovigilance system should be have in the manufacturer by the manufacturer. That means they should have a proper SOP, proper manual for the pharmacovigilance, and manpower for that. Whatever the adverse events reported, how it should be collected the information. See, for example, whenever any adverse event is reported or any quality issues are there, how it should be reported to the manufacturer. He should provide proper mechanism, system in place. It is different from the PVPI. PVPI is a national program. Okay, but whereas this is a mechanism is for the manufacturer has to have his own facility, own setup. For example, whenever new drug has been approved, he has introduced the new drug in the market. So what are the adverse events reported? How, for example, through the doctor or through any allied agencies, service in the system, how they should report. Once whatever the report they have received, how they should analyze, and is there any particular requirement to modify his label or modify the package insert, or is there any requirement of even taking further action on the, so what is the suitable decision should be taken based upon the feedback received from that. So that is the manufacturer's responsibility to have a pharmacovigilance system at his place.
Hello, sir. One last I'll take from the questions received. This is a requirement for labeling of drugs. The Rule 96 gives the labeling requirements in detail. Despite that, in the new Schedule M, there are some additional labeling requirements have come, and some seem to be contradictory. They are not aligned. So,
any certain example?
It may not be this question that is available, but definitely when we have seen, there are some additional requirements and yes.
So I think if any specific, generally please try to understand in the GMP part, wherever generally label it talks, label not necessarily a finished product label. Okay, label may be what you are fixing on the raw materials, label you are fixing on your equipment, label you are fixing on instrument, yes, or what is the current status of that. So generally label mostly it is related to your process as well as the facilities and for example room status is there. So room status label what you are showing. So in the GMP mainly label components relating to the...
I think yes, we have seen the internal labels to be used in processing is one thing, and this is an additional requirement of labeling of the product.
Yeah, that's why if you specify...
We'll come back to you, sir, on that. We'll come back to you. Thanks. I think
Sir.
That is not a part of GMP. Not a part of GMP.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Swapnil Gandhi from AX Engineering Consultancy. You just mentioned that there's a physical segregation for
no
the
more questions, please. Only one last one, please.
Penicillin manufacturing. So, how does basically this, whether this physical segregation is the complete building segregation, and if it is a building segregation, then what will be the distance? Kind of any specific regulation point of view from the penicillin manufacturing?
Okay. So, Swapnil, you are from?
AIX Engineering Consultancy.
Consultancy firm?
Yes.
Oh. You are asking wrong person this question.
Okay.
So I think when we meet, we'll discuss this point. Okay. So
there are many unanswered questions. So what I would request, Dr. Saab, that we compile all of them and we'll mail it to you.
That's a good idea.
And then we'll circulate to members. So whoever are having any questions, please write to IDMA, and we will compile it and send it to him.
I think Jayant Kumar want to say something.
No, sir. With permission of this chair and IDMA, I want to make a appeal. Total one of the Google Sheet updation is required, and Maharashtra has already updated 696, more than 70, around 70% out of 998. So I requesting, I proposing you and it's requesting that you do the needful, as the ministry is very much behind and asking that they want the data. So this is one of the requests. Second, the ONDLS. ONDLS also manufacturing license has to be uploaded. So that you please do. And third one is the ONDLS registration for the CLA item like that LVP and the RDNA product. So please do the needful. This is one of the humble request only, because I want to also, I was greedy too, I want to utilize this. Thank you, Vanalo.
So this is the commitment of the regulator. Though it is not a right platform, he is using this opportunity. That's really appreciate you. See, that means everybody, though, that's why wherever you get the opportunity also. Thank you, James. And
so thank you very much, sir, for answering all the questions patiently. And as Mehul said, we'll be sending some more questions that were not answered, which we'll publish in our bulletin. So thank you very much. And one clear message we got in today's session is that regulators are going to be facilitators, and the very clear message. Somebody spending 3 hours explaining in very great detail it is what is good for them. I think it's a very encouraging sign for all of us, sir, and we look forward to working with you in the coming years to make sure that our members get all the benefit of our knowledge through association, and they start complying sooner than later. So thank you very much.
So my last one appeal is, I think you may be representing from one particular company or organization. Many of your staff is not able to join or not aware. My request to you is, those who are present here, you also make a similar presentation to rest of your colleagues in your organization. So thereby, this message will be percolated to everybody. Those who are present here, my appeal to those who are physically present and online they are present. So please, I think most of you must have taken the snaps of all the slides. And these slides is also available in the public domain. Okay. So please share the similar presentation and also make presentation to other your colleagues in your organization. Thereby, everybody is aware about what are the requirements. So once again, thank you very much the IDMA for your association in conducting these programs. Look forward for more such programs in future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing between you and lunch. So thank you all very much. And I think we have listened to him, his energy, passion, 26 years. And you can see how much insightful it was. And I'm sure we all are greatly benefited. We all will become messenger to spread this message all across. And before I wrap up, I think 2-3 things I want to mention. That this presentation we will publish in our IDMA bulletin, where almost 10,000 circulation copies are there. So everyone will get it, whoever are a member. And we are going to compile all the questions. Online also people have posted many questions, and here also. So in case you wanted anything clarification, please write to IDMA. We'll compile it in next 2-3 days time, and we'll send it to him. I want to tell about this, that this is very serious matter, and you must have seen the clock is already started, and as Dr. Saab stated that we should not wait for 6 months or 1 year based on your organization. Immediately we need to act on it. Gap analysis, identifying right solutions and other things. Now in that regard, IDMA is taking a very important step. We are going to form an internal technical committee, which will be headed by Mudda Saab. And anybody wants any help in... No, that's true. But especially for this Schedule M implementation. And anybody wants any clarification. So our endeavor would be to provide, based on your condition of your facilities, the solution which can be at the optimum cost and right timing, and plus any vendor details required. So this help also IDMA will provide, that is the main endeavor of associating for such noble cause. Now coming to one more event is the National CGMP Day, which IDMA is going to celebrating on 10th of October. And it's a very important event linking with implementation of new Schedule M. So we have done few activities. In that I want to mention about 3 things. For anything to start, we need to pledge that we are very fully transparent and committed. So IDMA team, and led by Dr. George Patani, I think yeah, he's here. He's the architect and putting a lot of effort for this matter. You please have a huge round of applause for him. So we have conducted 2 kinds of pledges. One for the people working in the industry, which is applicable to all of us, including management. And one for the new budding, institute, you can say the students, that how today and tomorrow we'll be more compliant with the CGMP requirement. So moment it's like it is said that measure what matters. So moment you pledge, your mind and body behaves differently. So we want to urge everyone that read that, and there is an online we are going to publish. So each one in your organization, we are expecting them to sign and inform IDMA. This is one thing. Plus, we are going to have one slide deck which will be created by Muddaji on the culture of quality. And we are urging all the member companies and anybody else to conduct on 10th October a kind of a training program in your respective units and take pictures, and you can customize that standard slide deck based on your company and really start that momentum of improving the culture of quality. So we are going to give that detail, and you can modify based on you can say the status and the SOP. And there is one email ID, feedback@idma.com. We want all of you to publish your picture, because entire world we want to publish that on that day, how many people have pledged, how many companies have conducted the workshop. This can be a unique opportunity to demonstrate to the world that we are very committed to the quality, and it can have a far-reaching impact, local and global. And we will be publishing special edition in IDMA bulletin on this CGMP day for event. So this is what I wanted to say. I think, sir, you wanted to say something.
No, that's fine. So just I want to say lighter tone. You know, now ventilation system is off.
Right.
See how it is impacting everybody.
Yeah.
That means we lost our comfort. So at least we are personal. We can able to, but what about the product? The product will don't have that comfort. It will go in a different direction.
So at the end, customary, I want to thank Darabhai and Melvin and Sapna and entire team for putting together this show in relatively very just 1 week. Sorry for this technical snag of tripping of air conditioning system, and the Sunville Banquet partners, our cameraman, photographer, event people. There are so many people involved for hosting this program, and so sincere thanks to all the regulators. There are so many regulators have come and demonstrated your, you can say, partnership with the industry, and headed by Dr. Ishwar Reddy. So let's give standing ovation and conclude the show and go for the lunch.
So everyone please note, the lunch for the delegates is on the same floor. IDMA, EC members, dignitaries, and our government official and Jain food is on the first floor. So please have your lunch. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ishwar sir.